cricket, and you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the Southbound Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We're here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashi Fredericks, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the Southbound Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year, and also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL, and he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat, and a lot of their batters.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the Salt Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We're here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashid Fedhix, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the Salt Pond Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year, and also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL, and he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat, and a lot of their batters can bowl. So sometimes it's hard to tell, whether it's a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but that's a debate that we can have later. But it's a good all-round team, in my opinion.
Yes, and as you said, welcome back to Sunil Ambris as captain for the Breakers. And welcome back to Jeremy Lane as well, who was a key player in them winning that first inaugural tournament, and also Ryan John in the middle. We also have a newcomer, Rashid Fedricks, who have been very effective for other teams in this tournament. Strikers, he's now with them, so that adds some strength to them as well, and he's a very good batter and fielder. So the Salt Pond Breakers, they are a very good all-round team on paper. They are a very competitive team. Compared to the last one, I think that they're very much balanced.
All right. Well, we selected our best 11 for this squad. Can you give us some insight into the batting?
Well, the 11 that we selected, we have, of course, Sunil opening the batting. You want him to get as many of the 10 overs as possible. With Kadenet, they have forged a useful partnership in the past, and I think they understand what each other is doing. And then there's a right and left hand combination, which is important to throw the bowlers off just a little bit. Aline at number 3 was very effective in the last tournament. Got some man of the match awards. Ricardo Williams, hard-hitting batsman. He has played a role for them in various tournaments. Ryan John out of Grenada, all around the former West Indies under 19 player. Sween the keeper. And as you go down the list, as we go over to the bowlers, you'll see that everybody really can bat. So, that this is a team where, you haven't really gone through them until you have gotten them maybe 10 now.
And in respect of the bowling, I must mention Warwican up front.
Yeah.
He's key to them. He can bowl up front, he can bowl in the back, he can bowl in the middle. He's key to them also. We have Lane coming back, very good depth bowler. Jansu, very experienced. Fredericks coming in, he moves a new ball very well, and he could do that in the back end as well. So they're bowling with Ryan John as a fast bowler, bowling the new ball or the back end again. They are very, very good bowling unit. So look forward to some good bowling, tight bowling from this team as well.
And the pace of Kimani Williams,
exactly,
has been effective in some of the tournaments thus far.
Right.
I will mention that they just narrowly missed out on the finals last year. No fault to the batting or bowling really. It was really a misfield that allowed the Botanical Gardens Rangers to make their way to finals in the last edition. So who do you think can, who do you think can assist them to finals this year? Who's the key man for them in this tournament? So I'll start. I have returning captain, Sunil Lambris. I just can't look past him. He has the second highest most runs throughout the history of the tournament with 800, as you mentioned before, Alanson. In VPL2, he had most runs there, 298 to his name. He's also handy with the ball. He bowls clever off spin. I say clever because I look at the way he sets up a batter when he bowls. So I think he'll be quite impactful for them. Also, he's the captain, and I think he loves the competition. So this guy, he will enjoy responsibility, and he will want to lead them to victory last year after seeing what happened in BPL. What about you, Alan?
Well, I can't disagree with you in terms of Sunil's impact. But just for variety, I'll just go with Karim Aline. I think he has had a very good tournament. He has acclimatized very quickly to the tournament because he is an overseas player, of course, but even from the inception of VPL4, he was very effective. So he played 10 matches in VPL4. He scored 207 runs, high score of 36. But what was important is that his strike rate was 189. He was very aggressive with the bats. And he came in high in the order, 3 or 4. And the momentum never really left the team once he was at the wicket because he was always going at the bowling. He also got 9 wickets in his 10 matches, which was very good, including our best figures of 2 for 7. So I think that he can be a very impactful player for them. And they're looking like a good team this year, Stacey.
Well, I have to go to Mr. Warwican, Jamal Warwican. He's very experienced. I've been one of the most prolific bowlers in the West Indies tournament. He played this tournament last year. He was given some key roles. He did them very well. He's smart, cunning, and he is someone you could call upon at any time. So his impact in this tournament would be very, very important for the Breakers. And once he does well with the roles given to him, they could see themselves going further than they did last year. Last tournament, that is.
You mentioned Karim Aline, He is one of 2 overseas players in this team. You could just tell us a bit about Ryan John, let the fans know what they can expect from him in this term.
Yes, Ryan John is no stranger to the VPL. He played his first VPL in the 2nd edition. In fact, he started off with a bang and had a very aggressive innings in his first innings in the VPL. He has been, I think if he's honest with his own performance thus far, he would say that he has not set the VPL alight based on his own ability. But so far this year, I could see that there has been some maturity in his game. You're seeing it even in the 40 competition for the Windward Islands. He has been bowling very impressively. He's getting the ball to move both ways. He has been showing good control. And he's also been getting more runs in the 40 tournament. I think his last innings was 40 odd. And he has a 50 as well this year to his name as well. So we're seeing that his game is maturing. And I would expect him to make a very telling contribution to the tournament as well.
Well, the South Pond Breakers, they're a good team. They always look like the team that's sort of going to take the championship early on in the tournament. Where do you see them ending up this year in VPL5?
Well, the Breakers, I would say that I see them getting to the playoffs. I see them getting to the playoffs. They are a strong team. And I think that they would go further than that depending on the performance of Sunil. So if Sunil has an excellent tournament, as he did in VPL2, then I see them as finalists. But for now, I would say that they are definitely in the playoffs.
What about you, Kenroy? I know you don't like to answer this question, but please tell us, where do you expect them to finish this year?
Breakers, a highly competitive team, good all-around performances, players. I think that they would be in the top 4 once they play the cricket that we know they could play. As you said, they made an elementary mistake that caused them not to be in the finals in the last tournament. So things like that on the day that you're playing could cause you your game. So I always say, leave it for the field, and the results would tell as to who did what they're supposed to do on that day. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, guys. You know, to hear first from the experts. Just a reminder, we do a video on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th to the 23rd. You can't miss it. Threaded action in VPL5. Can't wait to see you there.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, on fire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give me the.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Botanical Garden Rangers team preview. I am Stacey Anado. What can I say? Team resilience. After a forgettable VPL3, they achieved their best finish in VPL4, finalists losing out to the Hikers, of course. Somehow, this team seemed to have struggled a bit in previous editions with role identification and in terms of getting personnel in the right place. It's largely due to the fact that they have played a number of tournaments with their key players, especially in VPL3. But we saw what a formidable bunch they are in VPL4, and after getting so close to touching the trophy, one would expect that they would want to go one step further. I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenron Martin.
All right, good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whenever you're watching this video. And, we look forward to previewing all 6 teams, and now we're looking at the Rangers.
Kenroy? Well, good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to VPL5 preview of the Rangers team. As you said, resilient. They have been here from the beginning, and they have not captured this tournament up to now. They had some good teams on paper. Unfortunately, they have not done what they should have been doing during the tournament.
All right, well said from both of you. This team, well, we just want to dissect the team a bit. They have Keswick Williams, Kenneth Denver, Kieran Tatoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, Andre Fletcher, Rashawn Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Ravindra Prasad, Jaron John, Jarrell Edmonds, Elron Douglas, Michael Joseph, and Tijon Pope. In comparison to last year, there is just a little feedback from the team, changes that they may have made.
Well, in my opinion, this team, they went to the finals last year. They played a very good tournament, and they garnered good momentum throughout the tournament. And they just, fell just a little short in the final. And I think that they have put some thought, a bit more thought into the acquisitions. And they should be a contender then coming around this year. We see that, they have brought in the all-rounder Primus, and who plays for Barbados, but also played for Trinidad in the past. He's a Bajan. plays for the Zooks as well. Passard, who is a Bajan. So, there are some changes there, but they have still kept, some of the nucleus of the players from before. Fletcher, Harper, Katoy, Keswick Williams himself, Demba. These are players who have been with them for some time now and would be accustomed to the culture within the team and wanting to pass that on to the newcomers and have them gel as quickly as possible.
Well, the Rangers team, in my opinion, has always been a balanced team. They have always had good batters, good bowlers, depth bowlers up to the front. What they have struggled with really in the tournament is putting foursomes in situations and circumstances, executing when they have to, using the right foursomes in the situations and circumstances. That is what they have failed with. They had some close finishes, but the right foursomes weren't at the wicket at the time. The right foursome was not bowling that over at the time. Those are the little changes that they need to make in their team, and they would do much better. They play together as a team, as a unit, but those are the things that they need to get right for this tournament.
And we selected the best 11 for this squad. I'll have Kelroy. Just give me a bit on the batting. What kind of fans expect from the Botanical Rangers batting this year?
Well, they are led by the experienced Fletcher, who's known worldwide for his aggressive batting, and also he's a game changer. He's excellent at the top. He finishes your game, and with the inclusion of Primus as well, that would add to them. They have the ever-dependent Harper, the wicketkeeper, who has finished a couple of games to them in the middle. The batting has been lengthened. Kenneth Demba, a very good all-rounder. He can play the pinch hitter role as well. So their batting looks very good on paper. Very good on paper. They just need to, as I said before, use the right players for the circumstances and situations. Give people different tasks and roles, and they would be able to do well in this tournament.
There's a lot about Kiran Katoy, you didn't mention.
Well, the all-rounder Kiran Katoy, he could be used at any time. He's an excellent player, brilliant feeler. He comes in bowl 2-3 overs, and he could be up top, pinch hitter he could use as an opening batter. He could be used in the middle. All you need to use Kiran Katoy when he needs to use.
And well said. What about the bowling?
Well, looking at the bowlers, of course, Keswick is the captain, so you expect him to bowl his quota of overs in every game. Demba has been bowling well for the Midlands so far this year, and he has bowled well in previous editions of the VPL. Young Tijon Pope, all-rounder, has been very effective as well in the VPL. And Atticus is our spinners. You can't underrate him at all as far as that is concerned. He will bowl. And of course, Prasad from Barbados, he is an all-rounder. So we'd expect that he'll be doing a lot of bowling for the team as well. And the thing is that you have Katoy, you have a leg spinning option. And Fletcher does bowl turn his arm over, bowl leg spin from time to time. So it's almost as if everybody in the team can contribute one way or the other. And of course, Primus, as we know, is an all-rounder and has been quite effective for the Zooks in T20 and T10.
Martin, you had a laugh there. Mention of Andrew Fletcher bowling some leg spin. Do you think they'll put in the one?
Fletcher might be very much disappointed that he went going into this tournament because he has been called out to bowl a couple of overs and he has done well, but he's not an out-and-out bowler, but he's very useful.
Well, they do have a lot of players to choose from in terms of who can be the key man in the team, and a lot of them, you mentioned Kiran Katoy, Wayne Harper, Rushan Primus, Andrew Fletcher. But in terms of impact, I think Andrew Fletcher will make the most impact in this team. He has over 6,000 runs. We know he has international experience. But last year, he missed out on, I think, 2 games for Botanical Rangers, and he was still able to close out the top 5 with the highest runs, with 193 runs. So that says a lot. But I really think it's going to be a case of unfinished business because he wasn't able to finish the job for them last year. I saw how passionately he played for them last year. And I think he'll come into the tournament with that thought. He needs to finish the job, get them to finals, and win it this year. So he's my key man for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. If you can tell me, Alanson, who do you see making the most impact for this team?
Well, I see Roshan Primus. Once he gets on the backs in the team, I can see him being a very impactful player because I expect him to bowl his 2 overs He has 26 T20 matches, 18 wickets, best of 2 for 12, economy of 8.34. And in terms of his batting, he has 253 runs, a score of 38, and a strike rate of 170. But one thing, the strike rate may look a little low, but we have seen that he has the ability to play that destructive innings. In the last regional Super 50 in the semi-final against Trinidad, Barbados were basically done and dusted, and he scored a blistering unbeaten century in that game, you know. And the Trinidad attack was no joke in that tournament. So, there's somebody to look out for in this tournament for sure.
All right, what about you, Van? Did you hit on the impact?
I am staying home in Vincent and Grannies. My impact player would be Wayne Harper. He has played some crucial roles for Botanical Gardens in the last tournament and so on. He has matured, and he is one of the better batsmen in the tournament. He has caused Botanical Gardens to be where they are in the finals, and he's crucial in that lineup. So he would have a very big role to play, and his impact on the tournament would determine a lot of things for Botanical Garden.
Yeah, he's been there with them. I think he was there in VPL3, a disappointing VPL for them, and then VPL4 came back really well in that tournament. Almost got them to victory. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to score in that game. That probably was the difference in VPL4 for them. Well, apart from Andre Fletcher, we already mentioned him as one of the overseas players that not of in the tournament for the Botanical Gardens Ranger. There's also Revenge of Passad. So, Alanson, if you could just let the fans know what they can look forward to from Revenge of Passad.
All right, Passad, he's from Barbados. He has played at the youth level, youth cricket level, for the West Indies. He is an all-rounder, so he will be expected to contribute to this team both with bat and ball. His figures in Barbados are quite good, with ball in particular. So I'm expecting him to always bowl his 2 overs within this lineup. And when you look at the team, they do not have a lot of slow bowling. All right, and of course, cutter will be very important to them. But I think that, some of the other players who they have here, they would need to find, that's one area, if you're looking at the team, that's one area that I think that some of the other teams have a lot more options with the slow bowling. And we know that the spinners, traditionally, with the exception of maybe Ryan Williams, but throughout the tournaments in the past, the spinners have been, a thorn in the flesh for many a side.
Well, you spin bowlers, you seem to really like to spin her.
No, I can't. Being a bowler, a net bowler maybe.
Definitely to put you on the spot, guys. Last year, finalists. Where do you see them finishing this year?
I'll give them a top four finish. Once you get it right, once you put things together, once the captain leads from the front and make the right decisions, I see them in the top 4 with the likes of Fletcher, Primus, Prasad, Williams, and the others.
You don't want to give us a little, you don't want to be brave, you don't want to say champion.
No, wow. Cricket is played on the day.
Second place.
Cricket is played on the day.
You have to do anything from
Cricket is played on the day, and the team that plays best always come out victor.
The top 4 finish. What about you, Anderson?
Well, for me, I think it's a very strong team on paper. And I said in one of the other videos, that the caveat in trying to select where they would finish is the fact that, you haven't seen them players yet to see how they will go. I think we would be in a much better position to do this maybe after a game or 2. But what I'll say now, based on what they have on paper, I see them as contenders for the trophy. So I see them as finalists in this edition. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that I see them on winning. Yeah.
I like that. Be brave. I like it.
Yeah, to go.
Yeah, on the best answer.
When we want to cheer for us, ladies and gentlemen, finalists, top 4 finish.
Yeah.
Not brave enough. Come on, Matthew. The fans will want to hear a little bit more than that. I've still got to push and poke. What do you think?
Cricket is played on the day, on the field. That's where it's been played,
You'll have to come back to us after a few games, and then we'll be able to give our definitive, position.
I'll definitely come back to you guys with this question.
Sure.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our preview on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Just a reminder, there's a video on each team in the tournament, And you can tune in at BPL T10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th through to the 23rd of April. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for tuning in.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the South Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all our viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We're here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Lambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson.
Let's go. It's It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the Annesville playing field. We have action in the Dream 11 VPL 5.0. We are bringing you live action here from the splendid multi-island Caribbean nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have 2 huge games for you today. We have the first game, the eliminator between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Salt Pond Breakers. They're playing each other because they would have finished 3rd and 4th in the table. And later on this afternoon, we have the qualifier with the Lasso Free Hikers. They're taking on the Fort Charlotte Strikers, a top of the table clash between those two. So my name is Osnet Cato, and I have here with me in the commentary box today, Miss Stacey Adams. Stacey, good morning.
Good morning to you, Osnet, and good morning to all the viewers out there. We are getting prepared for a blockbuster affair today.
Blockbuster affair indeed. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They not in the best of form. They're coming off a losing streak, really. They have lost their last 3 games. Contrast the Salt Pond Breakers, they're coming into this playoff with a bit of form. They would have won their last 2 games as well. So what are you expecting today from these 2 teams, Stacey?
Well, it's a quick turnaround for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. I mean, they did take a beating yesterday. 170 runs were scored against their bowling attack. But they can take heart from some positives that came out of yesterday. One, they have playing momentum. They played yesterday. So whatever information they were able, whatever positive information they were able to gather from yesterday, they could take it into today and implement it. And for me, really, they're playing a team that was in a similar position to them. So they can take example from the Breakers. The Breakers, they dropped 3 in 3 after having an unassailable lead in the tournament. They were, in fact, in danger of slipping out of the top 4. But when their backs were against the wall, that's when we saw their best cricket. So recuperation is definitely not out of the question for the Rangers.
Yes, the Botanical Rangers, they were definitely to pick themselves up. Did an interview with Mr. Kesrick Williams yesterday in terms of the post-match presentation, and he was mentioning a few niggles as well in the camp. That is something that doesn't really help the situation. You want all of your players to be fit and firing, both in terms of physical as well as form as well. So that is something that he will have to sort out, and it will be very important that they start well this morning, especially against a top team in the form of Salt Pond Breakers.
Yeah, questions around Andre Fletcher today. Good signs. I saw him warming up for them. So left to be seen if he'll be a part of their playing 11 today. I don't think he'll want to miss this. There's also Roshan Primus. He started well for them. He was bowling well. In fact, he has 7 wickets in this tournament. He rungs out that top 4 in the leaderboard for the highest, the Sandals Orange Cap, the player with the highest, with the most wickets, sorry. So he's also a question. His bowling is what they've definitely missed in this tournament so far. Andre Fletcher, they need him at his best today as well with the bat. He's leading the charge for them with the runs. He also has the most 6s in the competition. So it says a lot about how he's gone about things for them.
Yes, Roshan Primus is definitely a big player for them. He has really put his hand up and put in some very good performances so far in this tournament. But we'll get back to all of that as we'll be heading down to pitch side in a while as we await confirmation. But back to Roshan Primus a bit as we have a bit of time here to speak about him. He has been a very important player for them, and the fact that he has not been able to bowl in the last couple of games, that has really dented their bowling performances.
Yes, that has really hurt them. They hopefully he might be able to shop for them with the ball today. Left to be seen. But he has definitely been destructive with the bat for them.
Okay, thank you very much, Stacey, and we'll come back to that point as we are going to head down pitch side now for the toss with Mr. Alan Cruikshank.
All right, good morning. Welcome to our first elimination game here in the Dream 11 VPL5. And with me here is match referee Alan and the two captains. The Botanical Gardens Rangers captain today is Kenneth Demba and the Salt Pond Breakers captain Jomel Warrican. And I believe Jomel has the coin. The call is for heads.
It's tails. Tail.
All right, it's a tail. So, Jomel, you have won the toss. What are you going to do today?
I'm going to have a ball first. I've seen have a lot of motion in the wicket, and also they seem not to be bowling well, so we want to put the bowling under pressure in the back end and restrict them to a low total.
All right, any changes to your team today?
Just Jeremy come back in for Carvo, so he was nursing an injury, so he back into 11.
All right, and of course, this is a very important game. The winner goes on to play another qualifying game, and the loser, that's it for them for VPL. Any pressure on the team?
No, the team is not under pressure. We just want to take it as the next game, enjoy the moment and just play as a regular game and just live in the moment, Can't worry about the future as yet, but once we stick in the moment, we should be victorious.
All right, all the best in this game.
Thank you.
All right, Kenneth, you lost the toss. And what would you have done if you had won it?
We would have bowled first, simply because we back ourselves to chase. But however, this is the cricket, and we are open to do bat or bowl first.
All right, any changes to your team today?
Yes, T. John Pope comes in for the skipper, Keswick.
He's nursing an injury or something?
Yes, please.
All right, well, this is an elimination game. Of course, the winner goes on to have another opportunity to go into the final. The loser, that's it for them. Any pressure on this side today?
It's something similar to a final, so you would be nervous, a bit nervous, but this is cricket, and who play the best cricket win.
All right, all the best to you and your team today.
Thank you.
All right, that's all from pitch side. The Salt Pond Breakers captain Jomel Warrican, he has won the toss, and he's elected to chase, so he's going to have a bowl first. Back up to you in the studio.
Thank you very much there, Alan Cruikshank. So there you have it. The Salt Pond Breakers, they won the toss this morning, and they're going to bowl first. What do you think about that decision, Stacey Ann?
Well, they're sticking with a winning formula, the Salt Pond Breakers. Remember, when they dropped those 3 games out of 3, coming back to winning ways has been chasing for them. So they decided to stick with that formula. So one cannot fault them for sticking with chasing here today. After the display yesterday from the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they were probably thinking about maybe we should bat first. I think the Botanical Gardens Rangers would prefer to bat first as well. So, it's left to be seen what happens. We'll know in an hour or so who will be the winner of this match.
Well, in the previous encounter versus the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they won by 8 wickets, chasing down 114 for victory. So that they must have had that in the back of their minds in terms of their plans going out there this morning. In terms of the Salt Pond Breakers, let's talk a bit about them. The top batter they have in the tournament would be Kadeem Lane, who started the tournament a bit slowly, but he has now amassed 191 runs, and the last 2 innings that he has played, he has really showed his class, really, with 82 being his highest total.
Yes, he spoke about going back to the drawing board. He spoke about looking at clips, games he played earlier in the tournament. So he talked about going back to the drawing board, getting things right, and now he is showing his class and opening. He wanted to open. He mentioned that it's something that he wanted to do since coming into this tournament, and he has a chance to do that, and he's put his hand up quite well for the team. He's also somebody that they look to with the ball as well.
Well, the Breakers, they would have started out with a different opening combination. I think the change to Aline and Sion Sweden has really fared well for them so far in the tournament. I'm sure they will be sticking to that combination today. What do you make of that combination?
Well, the first game batting together, they had over 100 runs partnership. Second game, they basically won the game for their team together. Yes, but my question would be, what's to come after that? I haven't really seen what they have, their batting resources, who can really stand up and put their hand up. So I think the Botanical Gardens Rangers, when they do eventually bowl to the Breakers, they'll be looking to break that opening partnership as early as possible, particularly Kadeem Aline, because they have been going well so far for their team since they came together. They're a brilliant opening partnership they formed there for the Salt Pond Breakers.
Well, we have seen in the tournament the partnership at the top of the order that has proven to be very critical to the team's success so far in the tournament. The teams that have had good opening combinations, they have been able to lay that platform for the middle order to come and really build on it and create some momentum going into the back end of the innings. So South Point Breakers, they are no different in terms of that opening combination. As you mentioned, it's going to be very critical for the Botanical Gardens Rangers to get into that batting lineup. What are the bowlers for the Botanical Gardens Rangers you think can actually do that this afternoon?
Well, they have Kenneth Demba. He's been bowling quite well. They have Radvendra Prasad. Early in the tournament, he was putting his hand up for the 3D Mr. Economy of the tournament. But his bowling has come in for some beating, if I'll say that, recently. He'll be looking to get back to bowling his economical spells as well. Hopefully, if Roshan Primus is fit, he'll also be a key man for them. So these are three of the bowlers you can look forward to. My question is, if Roshan Primus isn't bowling, I would want to know who else they can look to fill that fifth bowling role. I know Tijan Pope is in today. He hasn't bowled a ball in the tournament so far. So he might be that bowler that they look to do that job for them as well.
Yes, definitely. The inclusion of Tijan Pope today will be an interesting one. He's a handy lower order batter, but I'm sure his primary role in this side will be to get some overs in. How big of a miss you think that the captain is, Kesrick Williams? He's not playing today as we heard at the toss. Maybe carrying an injury as he would have alluded to on numerous occasions throughout the tournament. How big of a miss you think his bowling would be and captaincy, leadership would be in a big game like this?
Well, he's captained the team throughout most of the editions so far, well, all of the editions so far. So definitely in terms of leadership, he might be a big miss, but I think the boys, they have enough experienced players that some of these younger guys can look at. You have Demba, he's the standing captain, Katoy, Andre Fletcher. So a lot of players can put their hands up in terms of leadership. In terms of the bowling though, he hasn't bowled a lot in the tournament. What I mentioned was after Roshan Primus got injured, he was the one that they sort of looked to bowl those, be the fifth bowler for them. And really, we shouldn't be calling Kesrick a fifth bowler because he has enough experience. He should have been the main bowler. However, not sure if it was because of injury or so. He wasn't really looking to bowl early in the tournament. So I don't think it'll be a huge miss because he hasn't really been used as a bowler in the tournament. He's bowled, I think about 3 overs in the tournament so far, 3 or 4. So, yeah, I think that Tijan Pope, he'll be the player that they look to run in hard and hit the deck for them today.
Thank you very much, Stacey. So, what we'll do now, we'll take a small break and we'll be back with you with live action in about 5 to 10 minutes' time.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams and we are having a look at the Salt Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers wherever you are in the world, and I'm looking forward to this tournament. We are here to preview the Breakers in this video, and we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashid Fredericks, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the Salt Pond Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year. And also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL. And he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat and a lot of their batters can bowl. So sometimes it's hard to tell, whether it's a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but that's a debate that we can have later. But it's a good all-round team, in my opinion.
Yes, and as you said, welcome back to Sunil Ambris as captain for the Breakers. And welcome back to Jeremy Lane as well, who was a key player in them winning that first inaugural tournament, and also Ryan John in the middle. We also have a newcomer, Rashid Fredericks, who have been very effective for other teams in this tournament. Strikers, he's now with them, so that adds some strength to them as well, and he's a very good batter and fielder. So the Salt Pond Breakers, they are a very good all-round team on paper. They are a very competitive team. Compared to the last one, I think that they're very much balanced.
All right. Well, we selected a best 11 for this squad. Can you give us some insight into the batting?
Well, the 11 that we selected, we have, of course, Swing opening the batting. You want him to get as many of the 10 overs as possible. With Kadene, they have forged a useful partnership in the past, and I think they understand what each other is doing. And then there's a right and left hand combination, which is important. So throw the bowlers off just a little bit. Aline at number 3 was very effective in the last tournament. Got some man of the match awards. Ricardo Williams, hard-hitting batsman. He has played a role for them in various tournaments. Ryan John out of Grenada, all-rounder, former West Indies under-19 player. Sween the keeper. And as you go down the list, as we go over to the bowlers, you'll see that everybody really can bat. So, this is a team where, you haven't really gone through them until you have gotten them maybe 10 now.
And in respect of the bowling, I must mention Warwican up front.
Yeah.
He's key to them. He can bowl up front, he can bowl in the back, he can bowl in the middle. He's key to them also. We have Lane coming back, very good depth bowler. Jansu, very experienced. Fredericks coming in, he moves a new ball very well, and he could do that in the back end as well. So they're bowling with Ryan John as the fast bowler, bowling the new ball or the back end again. They are very, very good bowling unit. So look forward to some good bowling, tight bowling from this team as well.
And the pace of Kimani Williams,
exactly,
has been effective in some of the tournaments thus far.
Right.
I will mention that they just narrowly missed out on the finals last year. No fault to the batting or bowling really. It was really a misfeel that allowed the Botanical Gardens Rangers to make their way to finals in the last edition. So who do you think can, who do you think can assist them to?
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
Welcome back to the Annesville playing field for this eliminator match between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Saltpond Breakers. At the toss, the Saltpond Breakers, they won the toss and they elected to field first. I will now tell you the Saltpond Breakers team for today's match. We have the captain being Jomel Warwican, Dillon Johnson, Kadima Lane, Ryan John, Ricardo Williams, Sion Sween, Jeremy Lane, Davian Barnum, Rashid Frederick, Kadir Ned, and Jade Warwican.
Yes, and for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, today's captain is Kenneth Demba, Kiran Kotoy, Atticus Brong, Wayne Harper is the keeper, Andrew Fletcher, Roshan Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Tijon Pope is in, Jaran John, Jarrell Edwards, and Ravindra Prasad.
Yes, so we'll have the opening bowler for the Saltpond Breakers, Ryan John. He has had a very good tournament. He has given the team a good start in terms of his economy rate as well as getting a few key wickets along the way. Opening batters for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, the same partnership we have gotten used to. Right and left hand combination, Kieran Kotoy and Andre Fletcher. Fletcher taking the first strike here this afternoon. It's a gloomy day, not the bright sunshine we have gotten used to in a couple of days. But hopefully the weather stays away and we'll have a very good game here afternoon for the fans who have come out to support their various teams.
Yes, a nice cool day so far for the bowlers. Pace bowlers might like this. Looking like a day at Lord's, Osnet.
As we see the two umpires, umpire Afram Bayam and umpire Blitz, they'll be officiating in this encounter. Playing on the same strip that they played on yesterday. It appears to be a very good bucket as long as you're able to get yourself in, and I think that has been key in the tournament of giving yourself a chance to get used to the pace and bounce of these wickets.
Yes, I mean 170 runs were scored by the divers in the first innings. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they started quickly out of the blocks but just wasn't able to get across. It was a massive target to overhaul in the end for them. So I think they'll be batting first.
Yes, over 300 runs been scored today. Hopefully we could have a repeat of that today as we see John comes in for the first. Yeah, delivered a bit of swing. It's getting the outer portion of the bat, goes down to Jeremy, not deep third man. So Fletcher, he's off the mark, and the Botanical, they're off the mark as well, one without loss.
Yes, and John starting different from his regular operation. He was looking for swing on that occasion, as you mentioned. You're looking to see if the overhead conditions will contribute to swinging balls today.
Yes, he has been very impressive. Windward Island cricketer as well. We bowl into a fellow Windward Island cricketer in the form of Kieran Kotoy. Was played some good innings in the series so far, but just hasn't had that big innings really that the Rangers maybe expect from him at the top of the order.
Yes, it's been good with ball in hand for them as well.
This one is down the leg side. A wide signal there by umpire. A bit of bounce there going through to wicketkeeper Sween. Most of these wickets you've seen, if the fast bowlers really bend their backs, they have a bit of bounce and pace from the wicket.
And that's how the Salpon breakers, that's how they decide to operate, along with the Fort Charlotte strikers, how their pacers operate on this wicket, and later on they come back with those slower deliveries.
This one is pulled high in the air. Chance for the man there, Ricardo going back, and he takes a comfortable catch in the end. A breakthrough here for the Salpon breakers. There was Kotoy trying to pull that one over wicket, taking the top portion of the bat, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they lose their 4 wicket. It's 2-4-1.
Yes, just to start, the Salpon breakers were looking to get this opening combination early. Kotoy goes back, length ball into the wicket. Short delivery, but it was attacking the body of the batter. It wasn't wider thing, so he couldn't get the hands that he wanted to free. He couldn't get to free his arms. Looking to advance down the wicket, and an easy catch taken by the man at head-on.
I think John actually saw him coming down the wicket and managed to pull his length back a bit, and with his pace, as we mentioned before, just rushed Kotoy, getting the splice of the bat really, and that was a very good catch there from Ricardo there at mid-on. The new batter is Ravindra Prasad. Been good with the ball in the tournament, but he has also played up for them. So he's the highest wicket taker, actually, second over for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, and the second overall. They will need some runs from him today, with the bat coming in at number 3.
Yes, most definitely, and we've seen glimpses of what he can do. He hits a big ball, Ravindra Prasad. They'll need all that today from him.
So definitely need a partnership here between 2 batters. As we see John with his tail up. Another shot, he's pulling this one over deep square leg for 6. Good start there. Is another high cracking 6 there. The 4th that we have had today in this.
Yes, and what we've seen from Prasad, he seems to like the ball coming into his body. It was a short delivery, but it was heading down the leg side, and all he had helped it with the pace from Ryan John for a high rule maximum to start for Ravindra Prasad.
Well, he appears to be a very good timer of the ball. One who really hit the cover of the ball. We have seen most of his 6s have just been shots where he just looked to time the ball. The pace is already there with Ryan John, and he was just able to help that one on its way over deep square leg for a lovely shot there to get off the mark. He's flicking it again for another high run cracking 6. My goodness, that's even a better shot there from Prasad. A delivery just on the middle on leg stump, and there he was again, just using his wrist and just walking that one nicely over deep square leg for another high run cracking 6, his second of the day, and it's 14-1.
Yes, wonderful wrist work there from Ravindra Prasad. It was a length delivery, it was heading down, it was straight, but all he had to do was just help it, the pace again, helping him to another high run maximum there. Wonderful wrist work there from Ravindra Prasad.
Good start here from Prasad. 12 from 2 as John again comes in. It's a fuller delivery. He's flicking this one again. Oh, to deep square leg. He's caught. So on the 3rd occasion there, this delivery a bit fuller. looking to get a similar result to the previous two, and he just managed to find the man out there. I think it's Alain. Took a relatively simple catch in the end. So he goes as well. It's 14 for 2.
Oh no. Unfortunately, it's a no ball. Ryan John overstepping on that occasion. So Revenger Passad has a life.
It's all happening here at the Annesville playing field. So a no ball from Ryan John, and we have seen that from him throughout the tournament. He has bowled quite a bit of no balls in the tournament, and on that occasion, overstepping the front crease again. And Passad there, he'll be thinking that today is definitely his day.
Yeah, I mean, that delivery was full. He didn't try to overhit it. He tried a similar shot just to work it with his wrist. Unfortunately, no power. Went straight to the man, but fortunately, it's a no ball. So he has a free hit now.
15 for 1, the Botanical Gardens Rangers. This free hit is hitting this one between the man there at mid-on and mid-wicket. A desperate dive there from Delon Johnson, but that goes for a high-run smashing 4. A very good start here from Passad.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it was right up there. He just had to get it into the gap, and he did so perfectly in the end.
So, 19 runs from the over so far, with 1 delivery remaining. So, 1 wicket in the over. They'll be happy with that, but it's up on breakers. They will definitely need to get Passad, the mood that he's in this afternoon. He looks to be heading for a big one. As we see a change in the field, Ryan John also coming around the wicket this time. So a man goes back to the deep point boundary, and the man at the square leg comes in. He's trying to paddle that one really. Delivery full and outside the off stump. And we wait. Signal from the umpire. Well, no signal so far, but it's actually a no ball, yes. So umpire Bayam signaling no ball again as we look at the replay here. Just overstepping that front crease again there, Ryan John. So giving the batter another free hit. The previous free hit would have been hit away for 4. So let's see what Passad will do with this one.
Yeah, this over has been a real mixed bag. I mean, he picked up that early wicket of Katoy, and he's gone for 20 runs so far, overstepping 2 times. He seemed to be putting pressure on himself, Ryan John. He picked up that wicket, and now he's overstepped twice after those 2 sixes were hit off him.
Yes, so a free hit here for Passad. Let's see how this one goes. It's a good delivery outside the off stump. No signal there from the umpire. So a dot ball to finish the over. 20 runs coming from it. And at the end of the first over, the Botanical Garden Rangers, after being insulted by the South One Breakers, they're 20 for 1.
Yeah, smart bowling to finish there by Ryan John. He realized that Revenger Passad, he likes it into his body. He likes to play on that onside. So he decided to change the angle, set the field for it, and move the ball away from him. So good comeback from him after he went for 20 runs.
So the new bowler is going to be Rashid Fredericks. Yes. The last game, he actually bowled in the power play. We have not seen a lot of that from him in the tournament. They've used him at different points. But as we were mentioning off air, I think the best to get the best out of Rashid Frederick, we need to bowl him in the power play. He got 1 for 9 in his 2 overs in the previous encounter.
Yes, and he's a left arm spinner, and I've been waiting for this matchup actually. I'm waiting for the spinners to Andre Fletcher, particularly the spinners that takes the ball away from him. How Rashid Fredericks will operate, it's left to be seen. We've seen him look to largely keep the room away from the batter. So let's see how he'll decide to operate to Andre Fletcher.
So there's a ring of fielders on the offside. The 2 players out would be the long on and a deep mid wicket. As Frederick bowled this one on the line of the leg stump. Fletcher just walking it, and there's a mix up here. If Warwican had collected that clean, it would have been interesting. So a single to Fletcher. He moves on to 2. It's now 21 for 1.
Yeah, Passad seemed to had given up there, but luckily for him, Jamel Warwican didn't clean up as he should have. But there you go, Rashid Fredericks bowling into. I think Revenger Passad might like this matchup.
This one is on the line of the awesome. He's walking again, a bit of mix up again, and the fielder there appears to be Barnum, not gathering that one cleanly. So the 2 players here definitely need to have better communication channels.
Yeah, definitely. But smart bowling so far from Rashid Fredericks. First delivery was straighter. That one was more along the outside off stump to Passad.
This one is hit over long on for a massive six there. His first of the day. A high rune cracking six there from Andre Fletcher. And he's up and running now.
Yeah, and Fletcher was wary of the plan. He realized what the bowler was trying to do. As I mentioned, he's trying to keep it as close to him as possible. He gave himself room on this occasion and went with the spin up and over on the onside. So an excellent shot there from Andre Fletcher.
Excellent shot indeed. He's going over long off on that occasion. So we have seen a lot of the sixes hit by Andre Fletcher in this tournament between long on and deep mid wicket. That one was over long off, so that is a good sign. He's using his feet again and going over extra cover. One bounce, two bounces into the boundary for four. So he's prepared to go over the offside, and that would definitely present a lot of challenges for the fielding captain.
Yeah, he didn't get it as well as he did the last time. He came down the wicket that time. I think the bowler outsmarted him, but he just got a healthy enough bat on it to get it over extra cover. And the important thing was that he went with the angle of with the spin on the delivery. So that is why he was able to get it. If he had gone straight, could have been curtains for him, Osnet.
Frederick again, this delivery is down the leg side, so wide to him. So it's good to see Andre Fletcher. He was nursing an injury yesterday, but he seemed to have mounted a full recovery. And that would be good for the Rangers supporters. This one is short and he's pulling it out to that man out at deep mid wicket for a single. Score moves on to 34 for 1 in the second over of the power play. As Passad again. This one is hitting over deep square leg. One bounce into the fence. So just picking his spot there. The fielder was back on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Passad went across and just swept this one nicely over deep square leg for another high rune smashing four. And he moves on to 21. The score at the end of the second over, 38 for 1.
Yes, and that's where Passad likes it, on the onside. And it was easy to just help that one for 4 on that occasion of the batter. Passad, he probably would have been thinking he should have launched that for a 6, but nevertheless a boundary to his team. But the plans for Rashid Fredericks in that over, it was clear. However, the batters were wary of the plan and they latched on to it quickly and producing a good over for the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yes, good batsmanship there from Andre Fletcher, most notably. We know him as a player who favors the onside, but he showed in that over that he has offside pedigree as well, using his feet and just stroking him nicely over extra cover on a couple of occasions. So as we see Delon Johnson bowling from the Old Airport end, as we normally would see him from the Beckway end. So this is a bit of a change for him. Has had a good tournament with the ball and bat. And he'll be looking to just continue in that vein as we reach the business end of this tournament. There's a good start there from Johnson on the line of the off stump, moving away. Fletcher covers up.
Yes, in the last match between these two, Delon Johnson actually dismissed Andre Fletcher. He was bowling from this end and he had him holding out to the fielder at mid-off. So this is a matchup you might say in favor of Delon so far, seeing as how he has gotten the better of Fletcher in the last over.
Well, we know
last match, sorry.
Well, we know what his strengths are in terms of using changes of pace. But in this tournament, as Fletcher is hitting this one high, it's going to take a very good catch here and a very good one indeed. Carrying it there, just the man you will want to see under such a difficult catch. And Andre Fletcher, he goes. Delon Johnson gets the breakthrough and the big wicket of Fletcher. He's gone for 13. It's now 38 for 2.
And there you go. Delon Johnson, oh my goodness.
It's another no ball, my goodness. We are calling these wickets a bit too quickly. We'll have to really wait on the umpires because we have seen this before.
Well, it was a brilliant setup from Delon Johnson. Fletcher looked to launch him down the ground, but the angle away from him, he got that edge and it flew high in the air, unfortunately overstepping again. So another wicket, another no ball off a wicket delivery, unfortunately for the Salt Pond Breakers.
So both batters have been given a life. Ravinder Prasad in the previous over from Ryan John. Now we are seeing Delon Johnson do the same. How much of a let-off will that be for the Botanical Gardens Rangers? As this one is hit magnificently over long on for a high run cracking 6 by Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, that was in the slot that time. From Delon Johnson, and Andrew Fletcher needed no second invitations to launch that for the high room maximum.
Very good shot there from Fletcher. It was a free hit. Johnson there maybe looking for a Yorker delivery, missed his length, and it was just in the slot for Fletcher in the area that he actually likes. I was able to just power that one over long on for a huge 6. So he's on to 19, 45 for 1, the Botanical Gardens Rangers. This delivery is on the line of the off stump, working it out to cover. There's no run. So Johnson, he has not been afraid to use the short delivery in this tournament. We have seen quite a bit of that from him, bowling from the other end. It will be interesting to see how much he uses that delivery in this particular spell.
Well, I haven't seen a short delivery from him yet. He's looking to just target the stump so far in this over.
This delivery is walked down to third man. Jeremy Lane coming in and limiting the batters to a single.
But you see the difference in approach from Fletcher. After being dismissed of that delivery, well, and no ball, he went for it. He decided to charge Delon Johnson, got the top edge, and then you see the different approach after. He's more watchful towards him. He's more content to take a single get-off strike and probably have a go at the other bowlers.
Well, you can't give good batters that type of opportunity in terms of a second chance. Normally, they will make you pay. Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll be hoping that Fletcher make the fielding team pays here. As this one is walked out to Barnum. A chance to run out. A direct hit would have had him there. Prasad a bit slow. Calling for that single, but all's well that ends well for the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Yeah, he definitely would have been gone there. Both batters in the middle have a second chance, and they'll be looking to capitalize. They'll be looking to go hard. It's a do-or-die match. If you lose, you're out of contention, so nothing to lose for both teams.
This one is driving straight to Frederick. There's no run. So that brings that over to an end. 9 runs coming from it. Now at the end of the third over, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, after being inserted by the Salt Pond Breakers, they're 47 for 1. Fletcher, he's on 20 from 11. Ravindra Prasad, he's on 22 from 9.
Yes, one more over remaining in the power play. It looks like Jeremy Lane is going to take that, but it's something Captain Jamel Warrican spoke about. I remember having a chat with him at the toss, and he said he wants the power play to be cleaned up. I mean, he got that in the last game, but I mean, on this occasion, they're 47 for 1, one over remaining in the power play. Could have been better for them. Definitely could have been better, but this is not the power play start that he would have been looking for from his team.
As we see Jeremy Lane, he's the new bowler coming from the Beckway end. He'll be bowling the final over of this power play.
So the start from the Botanical Gardens Rangers has forced the Salt Pond Breakers to make a different change to their power play plans.
This one is hit over deep square leg for 6. One of those classy, wristy touches again from Ravindra Prasad. He has another high room cracking 6 to his name, and the score now moves on to 53 for 1.
Yes, Prasad showing what magnificent wrist he has. The wrist work has been phenomenal from him in his batting innings, and anything straight, too straight or down leg, it is definitely going to be put away. There's no big side here for Ravindra Prasad. He's going to put you away once you stray on his pads.
Very good start here from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They've been given some lives, but they're trying to make use of those opportunities. They're hitting this one again over deep square leg. Ryan John takes the catch. So not getting the type of purchase on that one there, Ravindra Prasad. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they lose their second wicket. A big wicket there of Ravindra Prasad. He was looking good. He goes for 28. It's 53 for 2.
Yes, credit to the bowler there holding his line back. He saw Prasad charging him. He decided to hold his length back. I looked to see if it was a slower delivery. It wasn't. But just bowled it into the wicket. He couldn't get the elevation on that occasion, and it went straight to Ryan John. So catch taken, and it wasn't a no ball on this occasion. So that's good from the Salt Pond Breakers.
Yes, they've been a bit untidy in terms of their no balls. They've also had a couple of run-out opportunities as well. The calling between the wickets between both batters, Fletcher and Prasad, has not been of a high standard. But they will be happy and relieved to get the wicket there of Ravindra Prasad. He was looking dangerous, really. And they'll be looking to build on that wicket now as we see Primus making his way to the middle to join Andre Fletcher.
Yes, he was looking dangerous. They could have had him earlier. Unfortunately, he went on to score some valuable runs for his team. And the foundation is laid, really, for the other batters to come. Roshan Primus walks to the middle. We know how dangerous he is when he gets going. So a good foundation laid here from the Botanical Gardens Rangers in the power play.
So Primus, he's the second highest run scorer for the Botanical Gardens Rangers behind Andre Fletcher. So he has had a good tournament with the bat as well as the ball, despite the fact that he has not bowled in his last couple of games. He's still their leading wicket taker. As we see Jeremy Lane again. His delivery is striking Primus on the pad. Come through for a leg by, I believe. Well, no signal there from the umpire, so I assume there was a bit of a bat on that one. So Primus, he's off the mark.
Yes, and that's a good ball to bowl to Primus first up. He seems to like to free his arms, especially on the offside. So the straighter you bowl to him earlier in his innings, that will definitely pay off to be successful for you in the end. So that's a good start from Lane to Primus. The
current run rate, 15.43. Projected score of 154. We'll definitely need something in that region to really challenge the Sarpon Breakers team, especially in a crunch match like this. Fletcher using his feet, cutting. Can't beat the man there at point. Ricavo have started well in the field.
Interestingly, both wickets that has gone down so far, both of the batters got out charging down the pitch to the pacers. So you have to be mindful, the batters, how to charge down the pitch to the pacers. The pacers seems to be wary of that, and they know the perfect delivery to bowl.
A short delivery. He's just pulling this one nicely, well timed. The man there at deep square leg, coming around, had no chance really. So that's another high run smashing four for Andre Fletcher. He moves on to 24. It's 58 for 2.
Yes, that was marvelous timing there from Fletcher. He timed it well and he got it into the gap, which was even better on that occasion. Such a calm and collected shot. If there ever was one, the ball was there and he didn't try to overhit it. All he did was place it and time it. High run smashing four.
So Andre Fletcher, he'll be looking to just continue in this vein. His delivery is on the line of the leg stump, walking it nicely for another single. So good batting here from Fletcher, scoring off every delivery. And that's the end of that over from Jeremy Lane. It goes for 12. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 59 for 2, the end of the power play.
Yes, 12 runs off the over. He also picked up 11 runs at a leg by 12 runs, and he also picked up that important wicket of Ravindra Prasad.
So it's this middle phase of the innings now that is going to be very critical to the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They'll be hoping that these two batters can really just propel the innings forward, continue with the momentum that they've had so far in the power play. And then the other batters to follow, if they get an opportunity, they can actually score big in the death overs. By doing that, they'll be able to put a competitive total on the board. What type of total do you think the Botanical Gardens Rangers will be comfortable with?
Speaking of comfortable, I cannot answer that. I think a score of in excess of 140. It's something that I'll be comfortable with on this wicket. I mean, yesterday, the team batting first scored 170 runs. So, and we've seen the form that Kadim Aline has been in since he's been introduced to the opening, since he's been introduced as an opener. So definitely a score in excess of 140 is what they will be eyeing up.
This one is full delivery. Hitting it out to cover. Captain Warwickon comes around. Prevents any single. Remember from the first day of the tournament, we were speaking about par totals, and we mentioned there and then 100, 110 to be a par score. But as the tournament has progressed, we've seen that par total really elevating into the 120, 130 region, really.
Yes, batting has been exceptional in this tournament so far. The bowlers, they really are under the pump in this tournament. So a par score. What's a par score these days with the way these batters are going?
And what we've seen also is that the batters who really come out of the power play set, they've been able to kick on really and score freely, even through the middle overs, even though the fielding restrictions have been lifted. As this one again, another chance for a run out. Barnum there, missing the stumps completely. Primus there leading off a little bit late, but another single for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're now up to 61 for 2, and it's another no ball. So a bit of that indiscipline again creeping into the Saltpond Breakers game.
Yes, and Primus gets a chance to hit one, nail one without getting dismissed. And speaking about the communication, it has been poor, of no consequence in the end, as no one has been run out, but they need to clean that up going forward in this innings, the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
This was a full toss and he's hitting it back to where we are here for a high run cracking 6. It was really a hit me type of delivery there from the professor, as he calls himself. So Roshan Primus, he's up and running. He moves on to 7. It's 68 for 2.
I mean, I don't really think he nailed that out of the middle, Osnet. I mean, it was a full toss. He went for it. My goodness, that Roshan Primus is a strong guy. You don't want to bowl those sorts of deliveries to him, especially it being a free hit.
It just goes to show the power of this man. We have seen his power manifested throughout this tournament. It's a slow delivery this time. Just punching it down to long off. Dylan Johnson doing the mopping up there. Another single for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They're now on to 69 for 2.
Yeah, that delivery he just bowled there is probably what he was aiming for on the previous delivery that was hit for 6. That fuller delivery that sort of ducks on the dies on the batter on the way through to the batter.
He's cutting this one nicely. It will be disappointing not to find the gap there because the third man, he was up in his circle. So anything to the right or the left of him, definitely with the quick outfield we have here at the Arnorsville playing field, that would have been another high run smashing 4.
Yes, Fletcher has been quite circumspect in his innings so far. Yes, he's 25 off 17, but he knows how important it is for him to sort of bat through the innings for his team.
Yes, we have seen on a couple of occasions in this tournament, the middle order of the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they've not really put their hand up really when they've been called on to do so. So that will be in the back of the mind of Andre Fletcher, and to some extent Primus here. They don't know how important it is that they bat the majority of these remaining 6 overs or so. So 2 dot balls, 1 delivery remaining in this over. 10 runs from it so far. So it can still end up being a very good over if a boundary is hit off this final delivery. Good delivery to finish there from Kadima Lane. Fletcher punching this one out to deep cover, gets a single. At the end of the 5th over, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're on 70 for 2. Roshan Primus, he just got to the wicket, he's on 8. Andre Fletcher, he's been there from the beginning. My goodness, it's actually another no ball. So this is really becoming a bit ridiculous really in terms of the number of no balls we've seen from the bowler so far. We've had 5 overs being bowled, and I think we have about 4 no balls. So another free hit to Roshan Primus, not the man you would really want to give a free hit to. And this one is hit straight back past the bowler. Umpire there taking some evasive action. That one crashed into the boundary boards. Another high run smashing 4 there from Roshan Primus. He moves on to 12. And it's now the end of the over, 75 for 2.
Yeah, that was a brutal hit there from Roshan Primus. He loves to go straight. I mean, he had the opportunity to free his arms, but he loves to access that straight boundary. And he did so quite well. A hard hit back past the bowler for a high run smashing 4.
I think that's a signature hit from him in terms of what we have seen so far in the tournament. Both the bowler and the umpire really have to be, and even the non-striker as well. I think he hit his non-striker on an occasion previously. They really have to be focused whenever Roshan Primus has that willow in his hand.
Yes, he loves to go straight, and he has a lot of power. So you definitely need to be might need to be batting with bowling and fielding with body armor when he's hitting them.
So we have a new bowler, the captain himself, Jomel Warrican. He has been steady throughout the tournament without being overly spectacular. Hasn't had a lot of wickets, but he has bowled some very economical spells at times, and he'll be hoping to come in here and just tighten the screws really and pull back the scoring rate of the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
I think what Fletcher needs to be doing is just try to get off strike and give the shot to Roshan. He can hit them, but he needs to bat through the innings.
That's exactly what he just did in terms of walking this one out to deep mid-wicket for another single. So it's about batting in a partnership here. They will have to decide amongst themselves how they are going to go about building this partnership, how they're going to go about building this innings, right? They will have to know when to take the risk and who is going to take the risk. And if they are able to perfect such a plan, I'm sure they're going to have a very good ending. As we see, this one is pulled out to deep square leg for 4. So just as we were saying, Roshan Primus here seems to be the aggressor in this partnership, and Andre Fletcher will be looking to bat as deep as possible.
Indeed so. So the way he's going right now, he's maximizing any bad delivery that one was straying on the pads there from Jomel Warrican, and he just put that away quite easily. So I believe this is the plan from the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
His delivery is going back and just walking it down to long on for another single. 81 for 2. Botanical Gardens Rangers. Current run rate is still 14.29, so they've been able to maintain that type of scoring rate throughout the inning so far. This one again, Fletcher walking down the ground. Smart batting.
Yes, it's indeed smart batting here from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Both of these batters has the propensity to go hard. They can capitalize at the back end for them. So good going from them so far in this batting innings.
Primus is using his feet nicely over extra cover. A high run cracking 6. I tell you, this man has some power.
Yes, that was, I mean, he used his feet quite well there, and he played with the spin. Very important on that occasion. He decided to hit it with the spin. Jomel Warrican, a left arm spinner, always going away from you. He decided to launch it over that extra cover region.
So 13 runs coming from that Jomel Warrican's over. And that is a very good return there for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Warrican traditionally is one of the more economical bowlers for the Sarpan Breakers. So a lot to really digest here for Captain Warrican in terms of how he's going to use his bowlers from now on. We know he has another over from Ryan John at some point in time. Delon Johnson, he'll be back in the attack very soon. As we see Jeremy Lane, he'll be bowling his second over. He has 1 for 11 so far. He has actually switched ends. Fletcher, he's on 28 from 22, not the strike rate that we have gotten used to throughout the tournament. He has a strike rate of 223.71 in the tournament so far. This one is outside the off stump. I think umpire Byam is going to signal wide. So one more to the total, 89 for 2.
Well, at this point in time, the way Ravinder Prasad went for them and the way Roshan Primus is going, he's 23 off 7. They're scoring at a healthy rate. So as I mentioned before, Fletcher can afford to be a little bit more watchful, take a single, get off strike. In the last 3 or so overs, then he can look to go hard.
Good point. This was a full toss. He's pulling it over deep square leg. Straight to Ricardo there on the boundary. He will be disappointing there. Fletcher. It was a full toss there from Jeremy Lane. Managed to just tug it out to deep mid-wicket. Gets another single. Score moves on to 90 for 2.
Certainly would have been looking to do a lot more with that. Just hit it straight to that fielder there at mid-wicket.
It's a full delivery again. Primus punching this one down to long off for a single.
Two full deliveries not put away. Full delivery seems to be doing the trick at this point in time, but I believe it's probably the lack of pace as well that's defeating the batters.
You see, Jeremy Lane here looking to bowl as full as possible to these two batters. Be trying to nail his Yorker. So far, he has just managed a couple of low full tosses. This one is well bowled. Again, well bowled young man. Fletcher still managed to get it out too long off. So you could see the bowling plan here of Jeremy Lane. Just bowl as full as possible, and he has his long off and long on reasonably straight. And so far it has worked out for him.
Yes, no need to stray from his plans. None of the batters has gotten a hold of him in this over so far. So good thinking from the young man.
So one again, a low full toss outside the off stump. Maybe took a bit of pace off that delivery as well. Primus there not getting the connection he was looking for. Gets another single. So it's been an over single so far. After that wide on the first delivery, they now have 4 singles in this over. Yeah. 93 for 2.
Yeah, good change up as we see Andre Fletcher gets a change of bat. That was slower, it was wide, and it was always dipping on Roshan Primus. So 2 more balls in this over to close out. He wouldn't want to go for boundaries. He needs to close it out for his team, Jeremy Lane.
So Fletcher sending for the special bat there. He'll be hoping for a change of luck, really. Previous bat, strike rate was not really where he wanted it to be. So he'll be hoping for an increase in strike rate with this particular willow. A good delivery there. And it's unfortunate there for Jeremy Lane. It was a good york outside the off stump. Fletcher jabbed at it really, taking the outer portion of the bat. The fielder there at short term and make a desperate attempt there to stop that one. He was unsuccessful. And it's another high-ring smashing 4 for Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, fortuitous in the end. But he'll definitely take them however he can get them. 1 more ball remaining in this over. Close to 100 runs. He hasn't been hitting them well. We don't know if it's whether a case of him trying to be more watchful today or maybe he's not timing them as well as he did early in the tournament.
Delivery is outside the off stump. Signal a wide by umpire Bayam. Fletcher there using his feet. Maybe got Lane a bit off guard there. So it's 98 for 2. We're in over number 7. 1 delivery remaining in the 7th over. Projected score still at 143. So the projected total hasn't really changed throughout this innings.
So Fletcher coming at him and he decided to take it wider, but definitely too wide there from Lane.
The full toss, he's hitting this one straight. Ryan John comes around. He feels it cleanly, limiting the batters there to a single. So it's a relatively good over there from Jeremy Lane. His spell comes to an end. 2 overs, 1 for 22. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they are 95 for 2. 7 overs completed.
Yeah, 99 for 2 after 7 overs. I mean, Fletcher is 35 off 26. Roshan Primus 25 off 9. And I really think it's go time here for these two. They'll definitely be eyeing up a target of 140 plus. I don't think anything less than that will be a strong total to the Salpan Breakers lineup. But it's cricket. That's what they say every time. It's cricket. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, given the position they're in now, they've only lost 2 wickets. So it means that they have 8 wickets in the bag. 2 set batters. Andre Fletcher, he has been there from the start. So he should be able to know how the pitch is playing at this point in time in terms of the pace and where his scoring areas are. He uses his feet again and missing this one. Well bowled by Jomel Warwick there. A flighty delivery. A bit of turn as well. Andre Fletcher looking to hit this one in the vicinity of the media center there. Missing it completely. So he goes, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're now 99 for 3.
Yeah, never really got going in this innings, Andre Fletcher. He did try. Unfortunately, a regulation delivery rather from a typical left arm spinner's delivery. It pitched and it was moving away, but he was always looking to hit it straight rather than go on the offside with the spin. So that defeated him in the end.
I think that is where he went wrong there. He tried to hit it a bit too straight. If he had gone with the turn really, we saw that one just moving off the wicket a bit. Just turn just enough to evade the outside edge and hitting the stumps there of Andre Fletcher. As we see Demba, who had a good innings yesterday, came in and top scored with 48 from 19, hit some blistering 6s really. So he'll be looking for a repeat of that performance and propel his team forward to a reasonable total here this afternoon.
Yes, and he's the skipper for the day. So in the back of his mind, he'll know what sort of target they would like to have at the end of this batting innings.
Incoming batsman for Rangers is Kenneth Bemba.
Yes, Kenneth Bemba, captaining today, of course, as we heard at the toss. Kesrick Williams, he's not playing today. Carrying a bit of a knock. So Demba, he'll be hoping to give his team a winning start as a captain, and in order to do so, he'll definitely need to build a partnership here with Primus to take his team to a very competitive total. He's off the mark. Delivery walked down to the man there at short, fine leg for a single. So the 100 comes up for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. We're in the 8th over. So Primus now, he's on strike. It's now very imperative that he stays there and bats the majority of these remaining deliveries. And it's bowled. Well, Jomel Warrican, he has really dented the progress of the Botanical Gardens Rangers in this over, getting 2 big wickets here. First, the wicket of Andre Fletcher, hitting the timber, and a similar dismissal again for Rushan Primus, looking to really pull that one across the line, missing it completely. He lost his middle stump, and Jomel Warrican, he gets his 2nd wicket. He now has 2 for 14. The Botanical Gardens Rangers really stuttering a bit here, 100 for 4.
Yeah, the left arm spinner with all his experience, he's keeping it straight to these Botanical Gardens Rangers batters. That on that occasion, Roshan Primus looking to go across the leg spin. I mean, he's been hitting it so well on the offside to Jomel Warrican. He launched him for 6 at the last ball of his previous over. On this occasion, he decided that he's going to go across, in no position to play the shot. Middle stump gone. Tijon Pope, new batter in.
So 2 big wickets there for the Salpan Breakers. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they were really shaping up very well with Andre Fletcher and Upshawn Primus at the wicket. Both batters looking relatively set and ready to really launch this attack at the back end of the innings. But Jomel Warrican, he had other ideas, as we see Tijon Pope, the new batter. Bit of an all-rounder in his team. Hasn't played the last couple of games. Has now seen a bit of a knock as well. So he'll be looking to put things right in this game. This one is trying to power this one through the offside. Well bowled there from Jomel Warrican, showing all his experience. Two deliveries remaining in this over. 8th of the innings. Both batters relatively new, so they would have to build a partnership. As Pope again is powering this one through the offside. Fielder there on the long off boundary coming around. Alain, well fielded. Limiting the batters there to 2 runs. So Tijon Pope is off the mark. Botanical Gardens Rangers 102 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good shot from Pope. Looking to go through that cover region. Most batters who just come to the wicket look to go across. On that occasion, he looked to pick the gap on the offside. So
a good end to the over there for Jomel Warrican. His 2 overs, 2 for 16. He'll take that any day, especially in an important game like this one. So the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're just losing their way a bit. Run rate coming down to 12.75. It was up at 15 at one point in time. So it just goes to show that wickets really is the best way to slow down a batting team.
Yes, and those 2 huge wickets in that 1 over has definitely seen the projected score drop to 128. They look like they were going to get over 140 at one point in time. Now it's down to that 120 area. Now it's a case of how many more can they get from these last 2 overs. The Botanical Gardens Rangers.
So these are 2 critical overs in this innings. If the Salpan Breakers can limit the Botanical Gardens here to less than 120, they will feel that they would have done a very good job considering the start that they had. Botanical Gardens Rangers, however, they will need a bit more than 120. They will need something in the region of 135 to 140 to really challenge the Salpan Breakers here this afternoon, as we see Ryan John back in the attack. Good start there from him, a delivery on the line of the off stump, moving away. Foolish length as well.
Yeah, and at this point in time, momentum is on the side of the Salpan Breakers. I mean, after the start that the Botanical Gardens Rangers have to be in this position, the Salt Pond Breakers will definitely feel like they're on top now.
I think something else we need to consider is the fact that the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're not really a confident bowling bunch at this point in time, considering yesterday they would have conceded the highest total in the tournament. So they really need to give their bowlers something to work with in terms of somewhat of a cushion. As Demba is playing this one nicely there, down to fine leg for 4. Just going inside the line there and lapping that one past the man there at short fine leg. It's a shot we have not seen a lot of in this tournament, but it's very effective in that situation.
Yeah, some ingenuity there from Kenneth Demba going all the way across his stump. All he had to do was get some bat on it and help it to that fine leg boundary.
Yes, if you're looking at the field, there's a man there at deep cover, deep point as well. So it tells me that Ryan John is looking to come around the wicket and just angle these deliveries across the right-hander there in terms of outside the off stump. So that was very smart batting there from Kenneth Demba. This one is hit nicely back over the bowler's head for a high run cracking 6 there. Good shot there from Demba.
Yes, he's continuing where he left off from yesterday. This time, pitched up delivery, decided to walk across his stumps and launch it down the ground.
So Demba definitely picking up where he left off yesterday. Remember, he scored 48 from 19 deliveries yesterday. Really gave the lower order a bit of impetus. And we have seen that again from him today against his fellow teammate, Ryan John. This one is a bit wide outside the off stump. Umpire Bayam signal wide. Another run added to the total, 113 for 4. What we know about Demba's batting ability, we have seen it on numerous occasions. He's no mug with the bat really. He's a powerful man, times the ball nicely. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers will be hoping for a bit of that from him as they close off this innings. Ryan John coming back over the wicket, changing the field as well. So the mid-off, he's up in the circle. We have a man going back at deep square leg. So maybe he's going to bowl the ball in the wickets a bit. And a aborted run there from Ryan John.
Yeah, he's seen how good Demba is to the pitch stop delivery. He's probably thinking, I'm going to test you with that short one to see what he's made of.
Well, he definitely has the pace to do so. He has a man back at fine leg as well as deep square leg. So a bit of protection for him as well, in case the batter doesn't connect as well as they like. Slower delivery there, well bowled. And they're going to run a single. So good running there between the two batters. A wide signal also by umpire Bayam. So it was a slow delivery there attempted by Ryan John. Demba tried to hit that one somewhere in the vicinity of where we are here in the commentary box. Missed it completely. And they managed to go through for a single as well. So 2 more runs added to the total. It's now 115 for the loss of 4. Tijon Pope is on strike.
Well, Demba was set deep in the crease, probably expecting that shorter delivery. Given how the field was set, John decided he'd just bowl a slower delivery outside the off stump, but too wide in the end.
So Pope facing up to John. Short deliveries is working this one nicely behind square. Could get close to the boundary. Good footwork there on the boundary from Barnum. And they get 2, yes. 2 runs there. Good feeling there from Barnum. He's quick across the ground. Good arm as well. So 2 more runs added to the total, 117 for 4.
Yes, Pope got in position nicely there on that occasion, and he didn't look to overhit it, just tried to get that gap. But good football skills there from Davy and Barnum preventing the boundary.
Another short deliveries, pulling at this one and gets the top edge there. Cian Sween takes a very good catch, and Pope goes. Another wicket down for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They've lost their 5th. It's 117 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, it got too big on him on that occasion. Tijon Pope looking to play a similar shot. Couldn't get a hold of it, and just a simple catch. Well, good leaping catch there from Cian Sween in the end.
Well, he's not a tall man, but that delivery just got a bit too steep on him. Tried to pull it somewhere over deep mid wicket and just managed to get in the top edge really. And Sion Sween, he has had a good day behind the stumps today. As we see Jeffrey, the new batter, has not really covered himself in glory in the tournament in terms of his batting. So 1 or 2 big hits from him, but in terms of putting together a score that really affects the outcome of the game, we have not seen that from him. Doesn't have a lot of time. 7 deliveries remaining in the innings. So 1 delivery remaining in this Ryan Johns over. This one is driving at that one, missing it completely. So a dot ball to end the 9th over. At the end of it, Botanical Gardens Rangers, I think they're checking for the no ball as well. So let's see. It's the end of the over. So John there seemed to have kept his foot behind the line. The end of the over. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, after being inserted this afternoon to bat first in this eliminator encounter, they're 117 for the loss of 5.
The Rangers now would be looking to get at least 13 runs here to push them up to 130. Might be a competitive score in the end. Try and get as many as possible of this Delon Johnson's over. Kenneth Demba, he showed he has striking ability to strike the ball. He's 11-4. And Ronil Jeffrey is a big man, and we've seen him hit some big ones as well. So they'll be looking to get at least 13 runs in this over, and who knows how many more they can get.
So there's a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on. So it tells me that Johnson here will bowling into the wicket to Demba. This one is hit nicely behind square. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes, he does. So Hyrule smashing forward there from Demba. Well played, a bit of wrist involved in that shot.
Yeah, he gave himself room. The bowler followed him, and he just walked it behind to that fine leg region to pick up a Hyrule smashing four.
So very good start to the over. He'll be looking to maximize this over, get as much as possible. Try and get his team up to maybe 140. That would be a reasonable total, considering that they were inserted by the opposition. So still, we now have a man at deep fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. This one is down the leg side. Sween there missing that one. The batter's cross for a single. I think it's a wide also, signaled by umpire Blades. So 2 more added to the total. 123 for 5.
123 for 5. I mean, early in the tournament, we would say that's a healthy score on this wicket, but given how things have gone, par is a word we like to use, but in this tournament, we can't really say what's a par score.
So Jeffrey. Short delivery, and that's deposited over long on for a massive 6. A Hyrule cracking 6 there from Jeffrey. We know that he has that type of power.
Yeah, too short there. It was right in his hitting arc. And he is a strong man, Jeffrey. Looking to get them up to that 140 total now.
Well, I think sometimes we refer to him as Pollard. I think Pollard would be very proud of that shot. A few years ago, we saw Pollard actually hit one in that vicinity, touching the top of the double-decker. But 6 is 6. Doesn't matter if it barely crosses the rope or hit the roofs here at the Annesville playing field. 6 would be marked down on the scoreboard. So 129 for 5. 4 deliveries remaining in this innings. Jeffrey again showing his power, but this time not getting the timing right. And a very easy catch in the end there from Kadima Lane. So Jeffrey, after depositing the previous delivery for a Hyrule cracking 6, he mistimed this one. So another wicket goes, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're now 129 for the loss of 6.
Yes, again, Delon Johnson following the right-handed batter. That's the plan. That's the way he's been operating in this over so far. It's also a slower delivery decided, but he's been keeping it close to the batters, the right-handed batters. He wants them hitting to that bigger side. And on that occasion, it paying off for the Salt Pond Breakers. That plan working out quite well for them.
So the new batter is Wayne Harper, the diminutive Wayne Harper. Normally bats in the top 3 or so, but he has not really scored a lot of runs in this tournament. So we're seeing him coming in at number 8, surprisingly, but he will be looking to just finish off this innings. This one is walking this one nicely past the wicketkeeper there, but there's a man back on the third man boundary, Kadir Ned, limiting the batters there to a single. So Wayne Harper, he's off the mark. He did the right thing, getting Kenneth Demba back on strike for these last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, smartly bowled there. Well played in the end, but they have the field set for that as well. So 2 more balls in this over. Do you think they can get to 140? 2 good hits will get them there.
Well, definitely 2 good hits would get them at 140. That will just give them a bit more confidence as Demba is punching this one, not piercing the offside field there. And they're coming back for 2 runs. And I think it's suicidal in the end. But it was the right thing to do, trying to get Demba back on strike for the final delivery. So another wicket goes. Wayne Harper basically sacrifices his wicket there for Demba. He goes for 1 run out. And it's now 131 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, they were always coming back for a second run there. Demba, aware of what the bowler is trying to do, he gave himself room. He almost accessed that gap, but a good bit of fielding from the man at the cover area, picking up that run out in the end, restricting them to just 1.
So the new batter coming in at number 9, Atticus Brown, who is also traditionally a top order batter, especially in the longer form of the game. Hasn't really been given a lot of opportunities in this shorter version. But Demba, thankfully for the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Demba is actually on strike for the final delivery. He'll be looking to deposit this one somewhere over the ropes. And that one is cut over point. Will definitely get close to the boundary. It does. Barnum there making a desperate attempt to stop that one. So he ends with a high run smashing for Demba. Played a very good cameo. He finishes on 20. The score is now 135 for 7. The end of the 10th over. So after being insulted to bat by the Salt Pond Breakers, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they made 135 for 7. What's your assessment of that batting effort?
Well, it was sort of a start-stop innings from them. I mean, at one point in time, they looked as if they were going to get well over 140. Some good bowling in the middle there from Jamil Warrican, picking up 2 key wickets in that 1 over from him. Stop their flow of runs. They're down to 135. We're looking at it as, you know, it might not be a challenging score given the bowling attack of the Botanical Gardens Rangers right now. Their bowling attack has been a bit hurt, especially in the previous games. But if they come out here today and decide to really show up, it's a big game. It's an eliminator. I mean, it could be anybody's game from this point on.
Anybody's game indeed, as we have seen in this tournament. Some teams have really nailed their chases. They've had some very good successful chasing attempts in the tournament so far. So the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they made 135 for 7. Just a summary of what happened. We had Andre Fletcher. He was bowled by Warrican for 36. Kieran Kotoy, he went for a duck. Ravinder Prasad, he started well, made a very good composed 28 from 11 deliveries. Roshan Primus, he went for 25 from 10 deliveries. Kenneth Demba, he was not out on 20. Pope, he made 4. Jeffrey 6. Wayne Harper, he was run out for 1. Total 135 for 7. What about the bowling?
Yes, Ryan John, he had 35 runs, a bit expensive, but he picked up those 2 wickets. Rashid Fredericks won the lone over for 18 runs, no wickets. Delon Johnson, 2 overs, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Jeremy Lane, he went for 23, picked up 1 wicket. Kadim Aline, 16, no wickets, 1 over. And Jamel Warrican, the most frugal bowler for the Salt Pond Breakers, 2 overs, 16 runs, and 2 very important wickets.
Yes, so the Salt Pond Breakers, they will need 136 to win this eliminator. And we'll have a short break at this time, and we'll be back with you very shortly in terms of live action in that run chase.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
IT.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Annesville playing field. We have on cards a very interesting run chase. We have the Botanical Gardens Rangers after being inserted to bat in this eliminator. They made 135, so it means that the Sarpon Breakers, they will have to make 136 to really give themselves a chance to play in the next eliminator game, which is the loser of the qualifier. So we have the qualifier being played this afternoon between the Last Trophy Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. So the loser of that game will play against the winner of this encounter, while the winner will go straight to the final. So still a lot to play for here in the Dream 11 VPL 5.0 cricket our way. As we are seeing Primus going to open the batting. We had some concerns about his fitness. He hasn't bowled in the last couple of games, but it will be good from the Botanical Gardens Rangers that he's able to bowl and give them that start up front.
Yeah, back after that Island Sips innings break. 136 runs on the board. A lot will depend on this opening partnership, hasn't it? I mean, we've seen how well they've gone for the Salt Pond Breakers in their last 2 encounters. So the Botanical Gardens Rangers in the back of their mind, if they get one of these persons, especially Kadhi Maleen early, it could be a chance for them to get in that middle order and really put some pressure on the Salt Pond Breakers.
Well, we spoke about this opening partnership in the last 2 encounters. One against the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they made 94 runs partnership. In the other game against the Darkview Explorers, they would have chased the 118 without loss. So we have had 2 very big partnerships here for the Salt Pond Breakers whenever they had Alain and Sween at the top of the order.
Yeah, and Rishan Primus, no surprises there. He's been one of their more penetrative bowler in VPL5. He has 7 wickets. He rounded out that top 10 in terms of wicket taking.
As we see Primus with the first delivery of this run chase. This one is hit over extra cover. Not timing it as well as he would like. Good attempt there by Pope. Not getting too close to it, and they come back for free. So an eventful start in this run chase.
Yeah, right away we see how much getting that wicket means to the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Tijan Pope putting in a valiant dive there, not getting to hand in the end from him. So, I mean, Alain, he's up and ready and he's deciding to go at the bowling early. They have no chance as well. they have no choice as well. They need over 15 runs per over.
Well, one thing we know about these Saltpond Breakers is that they will try and maximize this power play. The two players that are in at this point in time, they're very good hitters of the ball. Sween, he's very good at rotating the strike as well. So he'll be looking to give as much of the strike to Alain, who has shown the propensity to score at a very quick run rate in the last couple of games he has played. As we look at the field, there's a ring of fielders on the offside. There's a man at third man. And the other fielder outside the circle is that man at deep square leg, Joran John.
They decided to put in a slip. They know how important it is to get a wicket early, especially breaking this partnership.
It's a good delivery outside the off stump. Bit of movement away as well. Good carry, good pace, good bounce. Umpire Harper, wicketkeeper Harper, sorry, not the tallest of wicket keepers, but taking at one chest height.
Yes, nice delivery in the channel there. Andrew Fletcher in action right away. He'll be hoping that one comes into his hand now. They need to get a breakthrough here, the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Primus. Turns again. This one is short on the line of the leg stump. Sween walking it out to the man there at deep square leg. So he's off the mark as well. The Saltpond Breakers in response to the Botanical Gardens 135 for 7. They're 4 without loss.
Yeah, the approach in the power play is very important for both teams. Saltpond Breakers and Alain, they'll be looking to go hard, maximize the power play as early as possible. But if the Botanical Gardens Rangers can restrict their charge, they will be in with a chance here today.
He's hitting this one off the outside. A very good catch there from Kotoy. What a blinder there at backward point. We saw that movement from Primus in the previous deliveries. Taking the outer portion of the bat here, and Alain driving at that one. No feet really. And Kotoy takes a blinder there at backward point.
Yeah, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they're up and ready for this competition. A brilliant catch there by Kiran Kotoy, putting his hands up for the Island Sips golden grab of the tournament. Marvelous start here for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Dismissing the key man, Kadim Aline.
It's definitely a candidate for that Island Sips golden grab. One of the better catches we have seen in the tournament so far. And it just goes to show you the importance really of having Primus at the top of the bowling order. There it is. He's getting the ball to move away a bit from the right-hander. Taking the outside edge there. And a very good catch. That is the type of fielding that will really lift the spirits of the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Indeed so, I mean, and that ball as well, a ball was tailing away from the right-hander. So it was essential for Roshan Primus to get into the action in terms of bowling in this game, and right away. He's in the action, picking up that key man, Kadim Aline.
So Alain having top score with 82 from 33, and also made a very good contribution in the previous encounter with 47 from 16. He's back in the hut. So we see Kadir Ned, who would have started the tournament as the opening batter, now coming at number 3. A good option, right and left hand combination. He'll be looking to have a score under his belt. He hasn't really troubled the scorer since that opening half century. It's a good delivery there again, and he's bowled. It was a shortish delivery, really cramping him for room, and it ricocheted onto the stump, and Roshan Primus is on a hat-trick all here in the response for the Saltpond Breakers.
My word, what a difference it makes. Yesterday they went for 170. Today they have picked up 2 quick wickets in the first over. Ball just playing off of his body and into the stump there. Kadir Ned cannot believe his misfortunes.
We have spoken about this time and time again in terms of the usage of the new ball, especially a seamer using new ball. Especially if you have a bit of pace, you can always hit the wicket, and these wickets have been responsive to that type of bowling. There it is, we're seeing a bit of pace and a bit of movement back into the left-hander, really cramping Kadir Ned there for room, and ultimately he lost his wicket. As we see Ryan John coming in at number 4, Roshan Primus definitely with his tails up after that, those 2 wickets.
Yeah, he's on a hat trick as well. 4 runs, 2 wickets. Hat trick ball coming up. Can he get a hat trick? I mean, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll be ecstatic if he picks up this wicket of Ryan John.
So Ryan John, a Windward Island player, he has had a very good tournament, both with the ball and the bat. Can hit the ball a very long way, but his team will be looking for him to just consolidate, be smart about how they go about this run chase. So Primus coming in, hat-trick delivery, and a good delivery outside the off stump. A lot of lift there. He's not the tallest of bowlers, but he's definitely getting the ball to lift and leave the right-handers, which has really been a challenge for them so far. So 1 over has been completed. The Sarpon Breakers responding to the Botanical Gardens Rangers 135 for 7. They're 4 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty by the batters in this over from Rashawn Primus. We saw Kadim Aline, he had no feet and he couldn't get his feet across to that ball, that ball that was swinging away from him. He was caught by Katoy. And on that occasion, Ryan John deciding to charge at Primus, but that got that delivery to bounce and leave the batter. So an excellent over to start here from Rashawn Primus and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They are really up for this competition today.
Yes, they seem to be in good spirits at the beginning of this run chase for the Sarpon Breakers, as we're going to see Kenneth Demba, someone who has really had a very good tournament as well with the ball, especially opening the bowling in the power play, showing all his experience. Interesting to see how Sion Swin goes. He's a man who likes to feel the ball on the bat. This one is a bit flat and quicker. Come through for a leg by. So 1 more added to the total, 5 for 2 to the second over. So what should be the approach against Demba here? He's one of the premier bowlers in St. Vincent and Grenadines, and in fact he's the Windward Island premier off spinner as well. So what do you think they need to do against him in order to give themselves the best chance of chasing down this total?
Well, at this point in time, they're on the back foot. 2 wickets have gone down, and the important wicket of Kadim Aline. I mean, you cannot really afford, it's T10 cricket, you cannot really afford to be circumspect against any bowler. You're chasing 135 runs, 36 runs for victory, so they'll have to find a way to get him away.
Indeed so. This one is shortish outside the off stump. Sweden there looking to power that one over the offside, missed it completely. And there's no run. So into the second over, Sarpon Breakers not really getting the type of momentum they were looking for so far in this innings. And Sweeney is hitting this one straight up to mid-off. Gets a single as well. So the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll be pleased with this effort so far. Both bowlers not conceding any boundary. Pressure here on the Sarpon Breakers from the offset. Hitting this one straight down the ground, has the chance to get close to the boundary. Yes, it rushes into the boundary now. Well timed there from Ryan John. Not trying to hit that ball too hard, just placed it really. And he gets his first Harun smashing 4. It's now 11 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, and there you go. You cannot show respect to any bowler in this tournament. You have to go at it. If you want to get over the line and make it to the qualifier, you have to find a way to get at these bowlers.
But I think it's just a matter of backing yourself, really. The off-spinner bowling against the right-hander, you always have a better opportunity to really score freely. Demba, we know he's an experienced campaigner. But John, equally talented, as this one is hit a bit straighter this time. There was a slight adjustment in the field. Andre Fletcher went to a straighter long on, so he was able to cut off that delivery. As we see the end of that over from Demba, 7 runs coming from it. And at the end of the second over, they're 12 for 2, the Sarpon Breakers.
Yeah, what was good from Ryan John picking up that boundary and then the following ball after is that he's been going straight at Demba instead of trying to go across the spin. He's been going straight, not trying to access that bigger side. He's decided he's going to hit him down the ground. And in the end, proven to be successful. Rashawn Primus, I was wondering if they were going to bring him back for one more and just finish him off hopefully picking up another 2 wickets. You know, that would have really dented the Salpan Breakers. However, they've decided to leave him back for the latter part of the match. Ravindra Prasad has the ball in hand.
Well, it's a tricky one, really. I think looking at what we have on the field at this point in time, he's in fact the only seamer who was really bold in the tournament. Tijon Pope came into them, not sure about how he will go in terms of bowling. As we see Prasad, he's second in the list of top wicket takers in this tournament. As John is hitting this one, skying it really. Should be an easy catch for Pope. Yes, it is. So another wicket goes down here for the Salpan Breakers. Is it a bit of nerves creeping in here?
My word, 3 wickets down. I mean, this is good planning from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They got their key man back, Roshan Primers. He picked up those 2 key wickets. Ravindra Prasad, the left arm spinner, coming on to the right-hander, looking to launch this one over the onside, getting a top edge in the end. I mean, the ball was always going away. I was just speaking about how straight he was playing Kenneth Demba in the previous over. This time, he decided he's going to take on the shorter side. I mean, I think by now the batters would be wary of the approach by the bowling team when they bring on their leg spinner or the left arm spinner from this side. They're asking you to hit to the shorter side. So it's more than likely you're always going to get a top edge if you don't connect properly, which happened on that occasion there. Ryan John paying the price, and now they're 12 for 3.
So as we mentioned, Prasad, he's in the top echelon of the wicket takers in this tournament. He now moves on to 11 wickets. So he coming into this game, he was second overall. I still think he will be second. Jerome Jones, I think, is leading the way in terms of 13 wickets. So he has been able to get wickets for his team in this tournament. At one point in time, he was also the cheaty Mr. Economy. But in the last couple of games, his bowling has not really been the most economical. But he'll be very pleased with his start here in this key encounter.
Well, he's second, 11 wickets, and he has 11 balls. 7 more wickets remaining as well.
It will be interesting to see the approach of the Salpan Breakers. I mean, throughout the tournament, they have played one really. We know they're a team that goes hard throughout their innings. Don't think Dylan Johnson here would be looking to knock it into the gaps. He's powering this one to mid-off. Chance for run out. There from Primus. Johnson makes it in the end.
Yeah.
So a single, he's off the mark. It's now 13 for 3. Salpan Breakers.
It was a full delivery. He decided to give himself room, but just couldn't find the gap. Straight to Primus, who, if it had been a direct hit, it would have been curtains for Delon Johnson.
Bit of a hush here, a bit of a lull here in that section of the Michael Filney Pavilion where we know a lot of the Salpan Breakers fans normally frequent, not making their normal noise that we will hear from them. Understandably so. The team under a bit of pressure here, 13 for 3. Remember, the loser of this game, they will be eliminated from the tournament. As we see Sion Sween. This one is a good length. Bit of tone as well. So we've seen that in his wicket. Offers a bit for the fast bowlers, but if you're a spinner as well, you get a bit of tone. Sween is hitting this one high and handsome for a high-run cracking 6. More of that is needed for the Salpan Breakers.
Yeah, missing his length there, Avenger Prasad and Sion Sween. Big, strong lad decided to just swing that all the way on the onside. Whether or not the ball was turning away from him, it was right there in his arc to put away.
Well, I just spoke about the quiet nature of that section of the Michael Filney stand, and we're now hearing quite a bit of noise there, so that high-run smashing 6 really woke the feelings there of the Salpan Breakers fans. They're one of the most followed teams in the tournament, along with the Last Free Hikers, who are playing a bit later on.
Yeah, well, this is the partnership really for the Salpan Breakers. These two have to find a rhythm, and they have to go at the bowlers. They're capable of taking on any bowling attack, really. It's still well within their reach to get to these runs. But these two have to do a lot of the batting for the Salpan Breakers. In terms of time spent in the middle, these two have spent more time in the middle compared to the other batters to come. Very good points,
Sian. Short deliveries. He's punching this one off the outside edge again, but this time he's lucky enough to just evade the man there in the circle. So 2 more added to the total there. Sion Swede looking to power that one over long off. Not getting the connection he was looking for. He moves on to 8. It's 19 for free. Going back to your point about these two, Dylan Johnson, he has actually had a half century in this tournament. So he would definitely to put up a similar performance. It's a short delivery. He's pulling this one behind square. Should be able to get 4. A poor delivery there from Passard. And there was Sween, as he has done throughout this tournament, punishing that one behind backward square for an Haroon smashing 4. 25 for free.
Yeah, I mean, he was going full at the batters in this over. Sween deposited him for 6. Almost had him. The delivery before just going over the players at cover. He decided to pull back his length. And it goes away for 6. Sween isn't using his feet. And Passad, I really think he should have look to pitch that delivery up. I would take my chances pitching the delivery up to Sween as he did before.
Okay, so one over remaining in the power play. Sarpon Breakers, 25 for free. Scoring rate of around 8 runs per over. They still require 111 runs in 42 overs. 42 balls, sorry. A required run rate of 15.86. So they would not want that required run rate to really go up any further. You need to keep it there at least for the next couple of overs and try and bring it down a bit later on as we get closer to the death overs. But a partnership is definitely needed here between these two batters who have spent a lot of time in the middle throughout this tournament. So Demba it is. We're bowling his second over. We have seen that from the Botanical Gardens Rangers throughout the tournament. In terms of Demba bowling his 2 up front. Bowling against the left-handed DeLon Johnson. He's swinging at this one, missing it completely there. Harper, they're going to get, I believe it's 4 byes. Yes, umpire blade signal 4 byes. So 4 more added to the total. The Sarpon Breakers, they will take them anyway they come really. And it's 29 for the loss of 3.
Johnson is going to have a go. He's not thinking about matchup and he loves to go straight down the ground. He was aiming to go straight down the ground. He missed, but they still picked up 4 byes.
Yes, Johnson only plays one way really. We haven't seen any sort of consolidation from him throughout the tournament. He's a man who backs himself. It's a powerful strike of the ball. This one is swinging across the line again. And missing it again. Coming off the pads. Umpire blade signal leg byes. So a single there. Added to the total. 30 for the loss of 3.
They have 4 more balls in the power play at this point in time. These two batters, they're looking to maximize on that fielding restriction. There's 2 fielders out at this point. So 4 balls to go. They'll be hoping to get it upwards. Hopefully to 45 after these 4 overs, Osnet.
Yes, you still need to maximize your power play when chasing such a total. Means it put less pressure on you later on. This well bowled there by Demba. A quicker delivery, flatter delivery, not giving the batter any sort of room. And I think that is what he has done very well in this tournament. Opening the bowling from the backward end. He has bowled a straightish line. Not offering any room outside the off stump for Sween to really free his arms on that occasion. So the two fielders outside the circle here, they are long on and a deep mid wicket. And Johnson is tugging this one over long on. Good connection there. It's his first Haroon cracking 6. A good shot there from DeLon Johnson.
Yeah, he finally makes connection. He was aiming, and he finally was able to connect on that occasion. Those 2 men that you just spoke about at long on, it went over his head quite convincingly to pick up a Haroon maximum.
But such is the power of DeLon Johnson, even though that delivery maybe not coming out of the middle of the bat, but he's a powerful strike of the ball. He'll be able to clear any boundary on this field easily. As we see Demba, how would he respond? A slow one and it's deposited straight back over the bowler's head for another Haroon cracking 6. Good shot again there from DeLon Johnson.
My goodness, the power on DeLon Johnson. Just look at that. He slowed it up It was wider as well. He bowled it wide of him, but he still managed to get hands to it and deposit it for a high run maximum. Marvelous power on display here.
Yes, good bowling there from Demba. He did the right thing, really. It was away from Delon Johnson, slow outside the off stump. But such as the form that he has been in this tournament, he still managed to just get it over the rope. Final delivery, he's playing it smartly. Well played there from Johnson. So at the end of the power play, the Sarpon Breakers mounting a bit of a recovery here. They're 43 for the loss of 3. At this time, we're going to go down to Benava, who has a fan in the stands.
Hi, it's a beautiful day at Annisville, beautiful day for cricket, and I'm here with some students from the North Union Secondary School, and they're also cricketers. How are you today?
Good.
And how are you?
Good.
You enjoying the match so far?
Yes, please.
Which team you supporting, if any?
Breakers.
Any particular player you're backing?
Delon Johnson.
And as a cricketer, what's your favorite thing, bat or bowl?
Bat.
You like to bat?
I like to bowl as well.
What kind of bowling you doing?
Pace, fast bowler.
So you're enjoying the cricket? You want to come to the finals this weekend?
Yes, please.
You enjoying the cricket?
Yes, please.
You interested in coming to the finals this weekend?
Yeah.
It's big vibes down here in the stands with the students. Back to you.
It's good to see the youngsters coming out and experiencing a bit of VPL 5.0.
Yes, that young man she interviewed there, young Tittle, he played for St. Vincent under 15 team. So some good prospects there in terms of cricketing talent for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to look forward to in the future.
Definitely so. Would have loved to see more of the schools actually doing a bit of this in terms of bringing some students down and taking in a bit of the VPL. As we see Kieran Kotoy, the leg spinner, will be bowling this 5th over. Kotoy hasn't really bowled a lot in this tournament. Sometimes just bowling a solitary over in some of the games. Pick up a few wickets. But by his own admission, I think he definitely would have wanted to contribute more in terms of the wicket taking in this tournament. There's a flighty delivery there. Sweeney's eyes lit up on that occasion, but not timing that one as well as he would have liked. And a dot ball to start his spell, Kieran Kotoy.
Yes, and this is the preferred end for the ball moving away from the right-hander. It will entice them to hit that shorter side and might pay off in the end to the leg spinner.
Sweeney's punching this one through the offside. I think they were setting for a single. Johnson would want to face up to Kotoy with the ball turning into him.
Yeah, I think he would have been preferred to bowl to Sween in this over. Johnson is not going to hold back. It might also pay off in the end for Kotoy if you bowl smartly to him. We know Johnson is going to go at Kotoy here. He's not going to hold back. So hang on, ladies and gentlemen, shopping for this delivery.
This one is tugging this one. Good stop there by Jeffrey. The big man there going down to his right and definitely prevented a high run smashing for on that occasion.
Yeah, smart bowling there from Kotoy. He saw him moving away from his stumps and he just kept following him. He had a big wind up there, wasn't it? He was looking to launch that high and far, but smart bowling from Kotoy.
Definitely. As Sween, he's back in strike. Kotoy, he's also a very experienced cricketer. He will know what to do in this situation. A short delivery there and Sween is powering this one, not getting enough on it, and Demba comes around and takes an easy catch in the end. So Sween, he goes. A big wicket there for Kieran Kotoy. These Sarpon Breakers, they're now 45 for 4, struggling a bit here.
And that's what I was talking about. This is the preferred end for the leg spinner or the ball turning away from the right-hander. That delivery was headed for a wide. Sween decided he's going to try and smack it to the shorter side. It kept moving away from him. He couldn't get power on it or elevation. And an easy catch to Captain Demba and the long-on boundary. But he was always trying to hit it across. It would have paid off better for him if he had tried to hit that to the offside, because the offside field is not heavily packed on the boundary. But instead of that, he tried for that shorter side.
Very good point there. Sween, he has Played some very good innings in this tournament. He'll be very disappointed with that dismissal. Nevertheless, he has to go. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they've had a very good start here after being inserted this morning to bat the compile 135. And in response, the Salt Pond Breakers, they're struggling for a bit of momentum here in their innings. They're 45 for 4. But like we said before, the Salt Pond Breakers are a team that has batting right down. So they will continue to give it their all. And I think in order for the Botanical Gardens Rangers to really have a total grip on this match, they will have to continue to take wickets.
Yes, I believe so. Ricardo Williams, he can strike them as well. He's a big guy. He had the highest strike rate in last year's tournament. He hasn't really shown up for the Salt Pond Breakers in this tournament, but who knows, he might be one good hit away from showing his best in this tournament. And today is the perfect day to do that.
Yes, the Salt Pond Breakers fans will be hoping that is the case. This one is a foolish delivery. He's driving nicely. Exquisite shot there. 2 extra cover for a high run smashing for Ricardo. He's up and running.
What a shot. I mean, that shot tells me the presence of mind that he's in. If he'll continue hitting like that, it's left to be seen. But that ball was outside the off stump, and he decided to play with the spin, not chancing his arm on the shorter side, and so much power and placement to get it in that gap.
That was a critical part of that, playing that ball with the spin. A short delivery, and he's punching this one back again, showing his immense power that he possesses. And that's another high run smashing for his second of this innings, and they're now 53 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, an absolutely brutal shot there from Ricardo Williams. He's not messing around. Today might be his day, and he's putting his hand up so far for his team. I don't know whether Katoy was going for the catch or if he was taking evasive action. In the end, all is well that ends well, and they pick up another high run smashing 4.
That's definitely a screamer there. Umpire Bayam also paying close attention to that. So quite a bit of this when Primus was batting as well. His ability to hit the ball back at the bowler at some pace. And that's a good end to the over there for the Salt Pond Breakers. That last over, 10 runs coming from it, but losing the key wicket really of Sion Sween.
Yeah, it's T10. It's a smash it type of cricket, definitely. You expect to see players hitting the ball hard, but when you see players, think the game and they read the game, these are the teams that will be successful in the end. When you read the game, you think the game, much like what Ricardo Williams did in that over to Katoy, definitely threw the Botanical Gardens Rangers off their plan there.
So it's Ronil Jeffrey from that Beckway end. An interesting choice here. We spoke about the absence of Kesrick in this game, so that means that would have been a bowling option they had to replace. Jeffrey hasn't bowled a lot in this tournament, and this is definitely a big spell for him here and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. He would definitely need to keep up the good work that was done so far by the bowlers that have gone before him.
Yes, you say that they're on top right now, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, having picked up 4 wickets in 5 overs. So usually they go to Atticus, but I guess they decided to put pace on the ball to Delon Johnson.
Jeffrey there, just aborting his run. So we have a man there long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg. We have a fine leg up in his circle. A man at point, a man at cover, mid off, deep extra cover, and a man down at third man. So that's the feel here for Delon Johnson, facing up to Ronil Jeffrey. Short delivery, and he's powering this one again. A mighty hit there from Delon Johnson. A high run cracking 6. He definitely looks up to the task this afternoon.
Yeah, this game isn't over by any means. That delivery just sat up there and said, hit me and hit me. Hit is what Delon Johnson did with so much power down the ground, and he loves going down the ground. So I know Ronil Jeffrey will, as soon as he delivered that ball, you saw him turning his face away. He knew what was going to be the result there, and it was a high run maximum. And he'll be looking to get his lines and length well to Delon Johnson, who is in a no-nonsense mood.
No-nonsense mood indeed. This one is hoiked really. Over deep square leg, gets a single this time. So that's a good single there from Jeffrey's perspective.
Is it a good single? Ricardo Williams is now on strike. We saw how destructive he can be in the last over. It'll left to be seen what happens on these next 4 balls in this over. But both batters have decided that now is the time to go. And they have to go. They need over 16 runs per over.
Having gone for an high run, cracking 6, just thought it'll be a bit relieved to see the back off. As this one is punched again magnificently. Oh my goodness. That's classy there from Ricardo.
Again, I asked the question, was it a good single? Another 6 there. And he's dealing in boundaries, Ricardo. 2 4s and now a 6. And it's the only way really for the Salt Pond Breakers to go. They have to go. They have to score as many boundaries as possible to stay in with a chance here. Remember, it's the eliminator. If you lose, it's curtains, it's goodbye.
All the natural batting talent there of Ricardo coming to the forefront. What will Jeffrey do? Shortish delivery again. Carver playing this one out to cover. Good batting. Good rotation of strike.
Yeah, nothing is wrong with that. I mean, you might want to see boundaries, but when you see a batter deciding a delivery isn't there to put away, and he decides to take a single, it's good signs for the batting team.
Definitely. Before this over, Stacey, and we were speaking about Atticus Brown, the prospect of him actually coming into the attack. Maybe bowling to Dillon Johnson, taking the ball away from him, theoretically. But there's also the issue of Ricardo, the right hand at the other end. So it was a difficult decision really for the captain to make at that point in time. He went for Jeffrey. And so far we are seeing 14 runs off this over. A short delivery there. Johnson going back trying to pull that one. Not making any sort of contact.
Well, with regards to Atticus Brown, Dillon Johnson, yes, he's a left-hander. But in the last over of Denver's spell, he took down Denver. He hit him for 2 6s, and he's the premier off-spinner in the team. So I believe they were thinking that Dillon Johnson might be damaging towards another off-spinner, so they decided to go pace on.
Good point. Short delivery. He's walking this one nicely, elegantly over the man that short third man. So Ricardo Williams, he's up and running. He's now on to 15. The Salt Pond Breakers, he's on to 19, sorry. The Salt Pond Breakers, they're 72 for the loss of 4. 6 overs have been completed.
Ricardo Williams, since he walked to the crease, he has looked so compact and composed. The way he's playing his shots, he's not hitting the ball out of anger. He's not mistiming it. He's playing the ball with the angle. I mean, it's been amazing cricket from Ricardo Williams so far. And I think the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll want to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The mood he's in right now, I mean, it seems like it's so easy for the Salt Pond Breakers. There's no panic. There's absolutely no panic from the 2 batters in the middle.
Well, I had a conversation with him recently. He was saying that he's still getting used to the wickets here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I know he spent some time in Canada, I think, playing on matting, as we will call him. So he was saying that it's still taking a little bit of time to just get used to the pace and bounce of these wickets. But from the evidence we have seen so far in this innings, he's definitely getting used to them. And from the Salt Pond's Breakers perspective, they'll be hoping that he bat as long as possible with Dillon Johnson. Johnson is swinging at this one, and Atticus Brown takes an easy catch in the end. So a big wicket there for Kieran Kotoy. He gets the wicket of Dillon Johnson, and the Salt Pond Breakers, they lose another wicket. They're 72 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, intelligent bowling, and they needed that. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they needed to dismiss one of these batters. It's a key wicket to pick up the Dillon Johnson. He can damage you. And smart bowling, really, from Kieran Kotoy. He kept following the batter. I mean, Dillon Johnson, he really showed his hand early. He showed what he was going to do. He showed his intention. He moved away quickly from the stumps, and Kieran Kotoy, seeing that, just drifted that one into him, picking up a top edge in the end.
Yes, a very important wicket there for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. We all saw what Dillon Johnson is capable of. And on that occasion, Kotoy just slowing that delivery up again. And I think that is what we have seen from the better spinners in this tournament, bowling the ball slower, especially when the batter is on the move, really. Not giving the batter any sort of pace to work with. And that was a very good catch there from Atticus Brown as well. He has shelled a few easy ones in the tournament, but on that occasion, he was never going to drop that big wicket there of Dylan Johnson.
Yes, both teams are up for this contest. I think it's going to go down to the wire. Too early to call it, I know, but the way the contest is shaping up, the sort of batting we're seeing and the bowling plans from the Botanical Gardens Rangers, exceptional cricket so far from both teams.
Well, that is vindicative of what we have seen in the tournament so far. A lot of close finishes, and this one definitely going down to the wire again. I maintain my stance that the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they will have to bowl out the Sarpon Breakers here this afternoon if they want to win this encounter. Barnum again hitting this one high, not getting enough power, is it? No, he didn't. And Demba there taking a very good catch. He had to be mindful of how close he was to the rope. And another wicket goes down for the Sarpon Breakers. And Barnum on that occasion losing his wicket. So the Sarpon Breakers, they 72 for the loss of 6.
I mean, that delivery there again, another batter going across Kiran Katoy, not advised. I mean, the best way to play him would have been with the spin. The ball was moving away from Davian Barnum. He did walk across his stump and held out in the end to Demba, who's placed perfectly on the boundary, taking an easy catch in the end. That lacked elevation. He couldn't get the power because the ball was always going away from him.
Another good delivery there from Katoy. Just bowling it slow again and outside the off stump, away, turning away from the batter as well. So as you mentioned, a better shot might have been to go over extra cover or over the long off region, but Barnum just tugging that one down to long on, and Demba, he has been safe as a church mouse in this tournament. He takes another catch. So we see Captain Warwican makes his way to the wicket. Definitely need to build a partnership here, but doesn't have a lot of time to do so. 64 needed in 22 deliveries. I required a run rate of 17.45.
Yeah, these two, they need to come together and form a partnership. 2 wickets went down in that over. And Kiran Katoy is now on a hat-trick. Another player on a hat-trick in this contest.
So there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, long on, long off. A full toss, and Warwican there just managed to get this one out to Passad on the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's off the mark.
Yeah, one seemed to have slipped out of his hands there. I mean, no one who's on a hat-trick would want to bowl a full bonger to any batter. Luckily, it was Jamel Warwican who just walked to the crease and he didn't put it away.
Carvo here swinging at this one. A white signal there by umpire Bayam. So it will be interesting to see how Ricardo goes from here. He has had a good start so far, but he has lost 2 wickets to batting partners in the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, pressure is on him now. That was a pressure shot previously.
Not a wide delivery outside the off stump. So you can see the intention of Kiran Katoy here. Bowling these deliveries a little bit slower and outside the off stump, trying to get the batter to fetch these deliveries.
Yes, and they are wide deliveries, but previously they've been wicket-taking deliveries because once the batters connect, they don't get the elevation to clear the fielders on the boundary.
Not a wide delivery there. An interesting field. We have basically 4 fielders on the in a ring on the offside. No one else in the circle on the leg side. So it's an easy single there for the batter, but I'm sure singles is not on his mind at this point in time.
Certainly not.
And he's swinging this one, Ricardo. Good connection. He gets another high run, cracking 6. He's playing a lone hand here for the Sarpon Breakers. They move on to 82 for the loss of 6.4 overs.
Yeah, he made connection on that occasion, Ricardo Williams. I mean, the ball, it sat up there, so it was easier to put away. It didn't move away as much as the other deliveries that picked up the delivery that picked up the wicket of Barnum.
Katoy there, just missing his run. So it's definitely heading for a tense finish here. Sarpon Breakers, despite losing wickets, they're still fighting, as we know they would. Saw a quicker delivery there, and I think he's going to be caught, yes, by Fletcher. So it surprised Ricardo Williams there. Katoy, so far he has been giving the ball a bit of air, slowing it up. On this occasion, a quicker delivery, And Ricardo there not playing the type of shot that he would be very proud of. But he loses his wicket, 82 for the loss of 7.
Was that a bouncer? That was quick and into the surface. It looked to be a seam-up delivery, rather. It wasn't really a leg spinning delivery. Looked as if he decided to change his approach to the bowling wicket. An intelligent piece of bowling there. Definitely surprised the batter. And he got a big edge on it and it flew straight up in the air. And Andre Fletcher taking a comfortable grab in the end.
That was a really big dent in the pursuit here for the Sarpan Breakers. We saw how well Ricardo was striking the ball. I think he was one man they would really have depended on to take this game home for them. He had the quality, he had the power. And unfortunately for them, he's back in the pavilion now. So 82 for the loss of 7. Jeremy Lane is the new batter. 54 needed from 19 deliveries. One delivery also remaining in Kotoy's spell. He has 4 for 20 so far. A very good return for him, considering that he has not really bowled a lot in the tournament. We mentioned that at the start of his spell. But this has definitely been a match-changing spell from him, Kieran Kotoy. It's a nice, juicy full toss to Jeremy Lane. He managed to punch it down to the man there, Fletcher, at deep, long off. He gets a single. At the end of the 7th over, the Sarpan Breakers responding to the Botanical Gardens Rangers 135. They're 83 for 7. They need a forward of 53 in 18 deliveries, a required run rate of 17.67.
Yeah, hats off to Kotoy in that spell of bowling. 4 wickets. And the batters for the Sarpan Breakers, they really were outsmarted in that last over from Kotoy. Especially that volley ball to Ricardo Williams, definitely surprising the batter on that occasion. A marvelous spell of bowling from Kotoy, picking up 4 wickets. Definitely putting a nail in the coffin of the Sarpan Breakers. But I'm pretty sure these 2 batters, they won't go down without a fight.
Well, the Sarpan Breakers supporters will not take a line down as an option. They want the team to fight to the end. This delivery is down the leg side. White signal by umpire Blades. So 1 more added to the total. 84 for 7. Jeffrey in his second over, his first over went for 20. So captain showing a bit of faith in him here.
Yes, and I think it's a look also into the future. I mean, they'll need to find bowlers if Keswick isn't fit to come in and play a role for them.
This one, Lane is punching this one out to deep mid-wicket. Primus there coming around quickly. He has a bullet arm. Not going to chance a second there to Primus in the deep. Not a single. 85 for the loss of 7. Captain Warwick, he's on strike. He's striking this one down to Kotoy there at mid-off. A chance for run out, and a direct hit there definitely would have been cut-ins for Warwick. All is well that ends well for him. He gets another single. It's now 86 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, that would have added to the brilliance of Kotoy today. He took a spectacular grab in the force over to dismiss Aline and bowled an intelligent spell of bowling to pick up some wickets. So that would have added to his tally of brilliance today.
Lane here punching this one over. The man there at point for a high run smashing 4. Not in the direction he was really aiming for, but that peeled off the outside edge. He gets his first boundary. It's now 90 for the loss of 7. Sarpan Breakers continue to fight.
Yeah, they have to fight here. They have to fight. 46 runs needed from 15 balls. So they'll have to go at everything from here on out.
It's Jeffrey once again. Lane is bowled all over the place. Ronnie Jeffrey there. Saw him coming down, went full. Lane missed it completely. Another wicket goes. It's 90 for the loss of 8, the Sarpan Breakers.
Yeah, 46 needed from 14, and Jeremy Lane, he really had to go. He tried, he went down the stump to Ronnie Jeffrey, but Jeffrey wise to it. Just bowl a straight delivery that deceived the batter in the end, missing it completely. So I mean, it's almost a foregone conclusion here who the winner of this encounter would be.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this over, the 8th over. As we see new batter walk into the wicket. So it's going to be another Warwican coming to the wicket. Sarpon Breakers will be hoping that this double pairing of Warwicans can take them home. It's going to be a difficult task. 19.71 runs required per over. It's safe to say that someone would definitely have to play a blinder here this afternoon if the Sarpon Breakers are to overcome this total. And he's hedging this one down to third man. Jaron John coming around, preventing that boundary. So a single there for Irvin Warwican Jr. Total is now up to 91 for 8. 1 delivery remaining in the 8th over. He's hitting this one back nicely. Well timed there from Warwican. So he's showing a bit of fight here. Jomel Warwican, he's the captain as well. So he'll definitely have a final say in this encounter. He moves on to 6. The Sarpon Breakers at the end of the 8th over, they are 95 for the loss of 8. A further 41 runs required in 12 deliveries.
Yeah, they're not going down without a fight. The Sarpon Breakers, there's a lot for them to do. It will take a Herculean effort from here on out for them to score 41 runs off these 12 balls that's remaining. However, they're not going to go down without a fight. We're seeing that here from the Sarpon Breakers. And although they're up against it, I think the fans should be proud of their efforts still late in the piece. They're still going to go at it. They have no choice. Remember, it's the eliminator. And once you lose, it's all over for you.
Yes, as we see Primus, who bowled a very fiery first over. Got the ball to move, as well as a lot of pace through to the wicket keeper. So he'll be looking to mop up things here. 2 wickets remaining. As we see Captain Demba, he has led from the front today with the bat at the back end of the innings and with the ball bowling in the power play. He's marshaled his troops very well. I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the effort so far in the first 18 overs of this game. So it's Primus to Warwican. This one is edging again. Past wicketkeeper Harper for Hyrule smashing 4. So good result there for the Sarpon Breakers. Then I'll move on to 99.
Yeah, the edges will work. I mean, a lot of times you see edges being a big scorer in a match, and there you go, another healthy edge picking up 4. And the edges will work, definitely, because they still have a question as to who will bowl that last over after Rashawn Primus finishes the penultimate.
Yes, that's a question we'll have to address pretty soon, as this one is beaten for pace there, Warwican. A short of a length delivery, and we have seen from Primus, he's a strong man. Gets it through at a reasonable pace. There was Warwican trying to pull that one over deep mid-wicket, not making any connection. So a dot ball.
Yes, the plan seems to be to move it away from young Warwican. The first delivery was just a little bit too wide, so the edge was able to pay off in the end for Warwican. On that occasion, it was closer. So better lines there from Rashawn Primus.
Davis walking it nicely past Jeffrey there. Should be able to get a Hyrule smashing 4. Nicely timed there from Warwican. He's up and running. Moves on to 9. The score now moves on to 103 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, a good fight being shown here from young Irvin Warwican Jr. He's not trying to overhit the ball. The ball was on his pads, and all he had to do was time it and find the gap, which he did. So in the end, that fielder, Jeffrey, diving over it. So good signs here from young Warwican Jr. He's definitely not giving up. He's still fighting for his team along with his captain.
Slower delivery this time, and he's missing it, and they get you for a single. So Warwican there, Jomel Warwican that is. The more experience of the two comes through for a bye. So he wants a bit of the strike as well. I think he has more power than Alvin Warwican. What we've seen from Warwican is able to deflect the ball into gaps and time the ball nicely. But at this point in time, you need a bit more power to really clear these ropes, and I think Warwican has that. He has the experience as well. So from the Salpon Breakers perspective, they'll be hoping that Warwican, Jomel Warwican that is, can have a bit more of the strike and strike a few lusty blows indeed.
He has 2 deliveries to do so. Both of them needs to go away to the boundary.
104 for the loss of 8. 32 runs required from 8 deliveries. We want to get that runs a bit down for the last over, at least 20 or less. As we see a wide signal here by umpire Bayam, to the dissatisfaction of the hundreds of Botanical Gardens Rangers supporters we're hearing in the top half of that Michael Filney Pavilion.
Yes, Warwican is standing on the off stump, but that delivery was outside the wide mark, the wide guideline, and umpire Afram Bayer decided that the batter couldn't reach it, which he didn't. So good call there from umpire Afram Bayer.
Short delivery again. Another wide signal here by Bayam. So Primus here just losing it a bit. Just need to go back to what he has been doing throughout the entire spell. Nothing drastic is needed.
Yes, I agree with you. He's been bowling, mixing up his pace quite well. On that occasion, he decided to go short to the batter. And it's an extra run. He's still talking about that wide that the umpire called. Sometimes the bowlers, they can't see it. It's against them. So they're always going to question the umpire's judgment.
Yes, just need to get that behind him and finish this over here for his team. Salpon Breakers require for the 30 runs. And this is a big hit. Oh my, but doesn't have the legs really. And Demba, as he has done throughout the tournament, comfortably being underneath that one. Takes another catch that puts him in the reckoning really for the Highland bucket hands in this tournament. So the Salpon Breakers, they lose their 9th wicket, and it's now 106 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, that was pitched up, but there was no pace on it to work with really. And Jomel Warwican, he just didn't have the power to clear it. There you go, a slower ball walking, being effective for Roshan Primus. And Warwican, he just couldn't get the power to clear the field that made long on in the end.
So the last batter really, Rashid Fredericks, walking in, not with a great deal of confidence. He has an uphill task here. One delivery remaining in this 9th over. Needed for the 30 runs, so an uphill task. Not impossible, but definitely a difficult one, especially for the 2 last batters in this innings. Primus will be looking to finish it off here. He has 3 for 14 so far. So Primus it is, running away from us here in the commentary box. That delivery is outside the off stump. Rashid having a big swing at that one, missed it completely. And that ends the 9th over. At the end of the 9th over, the Salpon Breakers chasing 136 to win. They are now 106 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, what a difference Primus has made since his comeback with the ball. I mean, they've definitely missed him, the Botanical Gardens Rangers. He's come in here, he's picked up 3 wickets, especially picking up those 2 wickets in that first over, really breaking the back of the Salpon Breakers there. I mean, he's definitely been missed, and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they'll be happy that he's up and once again able to perform for them with the ball.
Yes, a big performance from a big player really for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. We've seen him with the bat throughout the tournament, and now we have seen him with the ball. I think he's up now to 10 wickets in the tournament. So that's very good returns for him. Hasn't bowled in the last couple of games, as we mentioned before. But thankfully for the Rangers today, he was able to complete his quota of overs. And we have seen the type of penetration that he brings to this bowling attack, especially from a seam bowler's perspective. So Jarrell Edwards, he will finish proceedings here for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. This is a shortish delivery. Bit of tone as well for the young man. Warwick and they not being able to get any sort of bat on that delivery.
Well, they now need 5 6s.
Actually a no ball signal there by umpire Blades. So a free hit. Oh. Sorry about that. This one is hit straight down to the man at long off. Demba is going to come around, and there ends the Sarpon Breakers innings. It was a flighty delivery from Jarrell, and the batter there, Warwick, heading down the wicket, hitting it but not getting enough elevation. And there was Captain Demba, rightfully in the right place at the right time to take that catch. And the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have eliminated the Sarpon Breakers in this eliminator. A very good performance from the Botanical Gardens Rangers. So just a summary of what took place today. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, they were sent in from the Sarpon Breakers. They made 135 for the loss of 7. We had Andre Fletcher, 35 from 27 deliveries. Passard, he had 28 from 11. Roshan Primus, he made 25 from 10. Bowling for the Sarpon Breakers, Ryan John, he had 2 for 35. Jomel Warwick, he had 2 for 16. Dylan Johnson, 1 for 27. In response, the Sarpon Breakers never really got their innings going, no momentum really into the innings. They were dismissed for 106. Ricardo Williams, he looked good while he was there. He top scored with 25 from 7. Dylan Johnson, 22 from 11. Sian Sween, he made 16 from 13. The pick of the bowlers for the Botanical Gardens Rangers was Kieran Couture. He had 4 for 21. Roshan Primus, a good all-round performance from him, 3 for 14. And Ravindra Prasad, he had a solitary over where he took 1 wicket for 13. So Botanical Gardens Rangers, they won this game by 29 runs, and they will now face the loser of the next encounter between Lassofri Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, we do have another match coming up for you. The Lassofri Hikers take on the Fort Charlotte Strikers. That's the qualifier. So another big match coming up here for you shortly. We have the post-match presentations coming up for you shortly. But at this point in time, we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, more action continues here in Dream 11 VPL5. It's cricket all way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, don't give me the cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vincent.
I can't wait for VPL.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Annesville playing field. We've had an intriguing day so far in terms of the matchup between the Sarpon Breakers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers in that eliminator encounter. We now have another matchup this afternoon between the Fort Charlotte Strikers and the Last Referee Hikers. I have here with me this afternoon Mr. Selwyn Allen, the match referee, the captain of the Last Referee Hikers, Mr. Desron Maloney, and the captain of the Fort Charlotte Strikers, Mr. Gideon Pope. So Gideon, he has the coin in his hand. Heads is the call.
Tails.
So it's actually a tails. Gideon, you won the toss this afternoon. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat first.
Any particular reason for this decision?
The pitch seemed like a decent pitch, so we're looking to go out and put a decent total on the board.
Well, your batting has come into a bit of form in the recent games, and that is good to see. You'll be looking for more of the same from your batters this afternoon.
Yeah, no, just stick to the basic and that everything else will take care of itself.
Any changes to your side this afternoon?
No, we're playing the same thing.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best in your game today, Gidron. Desron, you have lost the toss. What would you have done had you won the toss this afternoon?
I would have bowled actually. I mean, small ground, wicket in, really playing the best 2 set totals. So I would have backed my bowlers to restrict them and see how well we can pace it with our batting lineup.
It's an important game because the winner goes straight to the final. The loser will have to play the winner of the previous game. So you'll be looking to take that ticket straight to the final.
Yeah, I mean, you have the reality of it. You have 2 bites at the cherry now, but we're looking to grab the first opportunity with a win today, and hopefully tomorrow can be a rest day, and then we play the finals on Sunday.
Any changes to your side this afternoon?
Yeah, we have Ornell Thomas out, Angie Hunt come back in, and we have Andrew Thomas also in for Jeremy Hayward.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best in today's game.
All right, thank you.
So there we have it from pitch side. The 4 Charlotte Strikers, they have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Back up to you in the studio.
So welcome back here to another lovely day for cricket at the beautiful Annisville Cricket Ground in the pulchritudinous multi-island nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and we are here for the second match today, qualifier 1 between the Las Soufrières Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Much to play for here for these 2 teams. The captain at the toss, Desron Maloney, he mentioned it's a chance of getting 2 bites of the cherry, but for me it's something much bigger. It's more like an apple. Stacey and Adams here, and I have with me Alanson Cruikshank.
Thank you, Stacey. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all the viewers. Yes, it's a big game. And we just saw the eliminator, unfortunately, for the Saltpond Breakers. They will take no further part in the competition. They had some up and down times, but this is the game that really teams were playing in the round 4, which is to have 2 opportunities at the final, which is the loser today gets an opportunity to play tomorrow again against the Rangers to go into the final. And the one who wins will go directly into the final on Sunday. So it's a very big game for both teams.
Yeah, we saw at the toss, both teams getting what they want, really. The Fort Charlotte Strikers, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat first, was it? Yes. They decided to have a bat first, and the captain, Desron Maloney, he said he would have wanted to bowl, have a look at what the pitch is doing, and then chase it after back in his batting lineup.
Well, he has batted first successfully in the tournament, and he has chased a few times successfully in the tournament. But I think that this is back to the grain for the Las Soufrières Hikers. Traditionally, they have been a team that has preferred to chase, trusting their strong batting lineup. And in a game like this, that is so important. I think that is what Maloney was saying, that he would not have mind chasing, knowing what was on the board and going and chasing, because even though the Saltpond Breakers were in such dire straits in that game, we saw that they were not, yes, they were soundly beaten in the end, but they were still in with a chance, even coming down to the last closing scenes of the game.
Yeah, runs on the board can also be pressure. We saw in the eliminator between the Saltpond Breakers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they weren't able to chase 135 runs. Crumbling under pressure was the Saltpond Breakers in the end. But the Las Soufrières Hikers, they are going to have a bowl for us, and in terms of their bowling, they'll be hoping that Ryan Williams, he's a key man in their lineup. In their previous game, we saw him favoring his left side, so they'll be hoping that he's okay. He's important to them. He's been bowling those Yorkers, those slower deliveries as well.
Yeah, he seems to be okay. I saw him yesterday. He didn't seem to be carrying anything from that game in terms of any remnants of any injury. So he seemed that he was fine. They will depend on him in the bowling in the middle overs and at the end. But the start that they get from Larry Edward and Otney Lewis is also pivotal to them, because these are the ones who bowl in the power play, and they usually bowl quite tight overs. And because of that, they can heap some pressure on the opposition team. I think the strikers today will probably be trying to go at them in the power play rather than take the reserved approach. Seeing that they know that they have another bite at the cherry. So I think they would be going hard in the power play today against the Las Soufrières Hikers opening bowling.
Yes, and I think they should, because the bowling really centers around these 3 bowlers that we mentioned. In terms of the 4th and the 5th bowler, the Las Soufrières Hikers, they've really struggled to really find the fourth and the fifth option. We've seen OJ Matthews. He's been introduced into the attack, and he's one of the bowlers that they look to. He's that fourth bowler. But that fifth bowling option, sometimes they use Curtin Lavier, and then at other times they Dylan Douglas as well gets a bowl. And Andre Hunt is back in the attack today, so he might be a key man with the ball for them.
Yeah, they have some options, but there's a similarity about their bowling. You're going to get a lot of slow balls, a lot of spin, and I think that in the past they have really depended on the fact that the wickets get a little slower in the competition. They really come into their own very strongly towards the end of the competition and have had dominant performances. But the strikers, they are in their first, well, for the first time they're in a qualifier in the VPL, the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Hallway. And I think that they'll be saying to themselves, listen, we have an opportunity to upset, because even though they have played so well this year, you must admit that the Hikers are still the team to beat. They have what you may call even a dynasty, having won three straight championships and also being in the final in the very first one. So the strikers will be saying, let us upset the Hikers today and go into the final straight with that confidence, rest tomorrow. But of course, the Hikers would want to do the same thing.
Yes, and the strikers right now, they have a confident top five. I mean, Silroy Williams added to that top five coming to the party. He has looked confident, he has looked composed, not bothered at all by any phase of the game when he comes into bat. He just knows what he's doing, and he goes out there and executes well for his team. So added to his addition to the top five has been the top five for the fourth Charlotte Strike Up. They've been really well, and we saw him moving up the order as well. That's something to keep an eye on, whether they'll use him at number 3 today or if he'll come down in the order today.
Yes, I think in some of the earlier games they batted him too late, considering the propensity that he has shown to hit the ball off front and back foot against spin and pace so far in the first 4 editions of the VPL. Now that he's coming to his own in the tournament and is making runs, I think along with Brathwaite, who is striking the ball with the highest strike rate so far in the tournament at 240. And of course, the opening partnership, Salvan Brown, the experienced Salvan Brown, he has been amongst the runs. Pope is looking more as if he's coming into his own as the tournament wears on. So they will be a confident bunch.
I mean, this game it's set up to be a cracker. When both teams met each other early in the tournament, it was 1-1 to the Hikers, then Port Charlotte Strikers, they came back and they won the other game. So it's who is going to win this very important qualifier here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. At this point in time, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, the action continues in VPL5.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket on fire where you say. Cricket, 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 VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom. the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITF.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnoldville playing field where we are here for qualifier 1. This is Alan Cruikshank. With me in the studio is Stacey and Adams, and we are here for the match. Lassufrey Hikers, 4 Charlotte Strikers, 2-1 respectively on the table in the qualifying round. They have earned the opportunity to have 2 by Southern Cherry. Who wins today goes straight to the team goes straight to the final on Sunday. If they lose today, they have a second opportunity tomorrow to play the Rangers.
Yeah, it's the battle of the big boys here, the Lassufrey Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Both captains getting what they wanted at the toss. Gideon Pope, he won the toss. He decided to have a bat. Desron Maloney said he wanted to chase. So, big battle on our hands here as we see openers Gideon Pope and Salvan Brong in the middle.
Absolutely, and Gideon Pope and Salvan Brong, both former Lassufrey Hikers. How will that familiarity help them in this game?
Interesting times here. I mean, I think the Hikers has gotten the better of these two in the 2 encounters that they played them. It's left to see if they'll get a shot and take and get at the Lassufrey Hikers here in this encounter.
All right, so we're about to have it starting here with Larry Edward. Look at those drone footage that we're getting here, the drone footage from ITFX SVG. Lovely views of the Arnoldville playing field. Larry Edward about to bowl to Gideon Pope. There is a deep mid wicket along on. Those are the 2 out. 5-4 field. So a ring of 5 on the offside. And of course, there is a short fine leg, a square leg, just backward of square. There's a short third, a backward point, squarish cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. So I think that they're waiting until it's 2:30, maybe the time. It's just about that now. So we're about to have some live action. Edwards to Pope. Edwards, sorry. And he's driving over the top. It's a high run smashing 4. What a way to start here, Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, not convincing of the bat of Gideon Pope, but he got it in the gap. That was key. And, I mean, you said it off air, Alanson. You believe that these strikers, batters, they have nothing to lose here. They are going to go at the bowling of the Lasufre Hikers. And it's important that they take down Kimen, Larry Edward, and Otney Lewis in the power play.
Yes, they certainly will give it a good shot because, as I said before, they have another opportunity. And everybody wants to make sure that they're straight into the final on Sunday. Nobody is looking at that second opportunity because it will be another tough game as well.
No, you don't want that. You want to get it done and dusted today.
Of
So
course.
you can have a relaxing day tomorrow.
Better length there from Edward, holding back the pace as well. Just a wrong off stump, excellent delivery. No run. This time he's looking to punch off the back foot, but straight to the man, an extra cover. Edward says, hold the ball, don't throw it away. Matthews was thinking of attempting the run out there. So it brings Brown into strike for his first delivery of this game. 5 without loss after 3 deliveries in the first over. This one is short, it's pulled away over square leg. 1 bounce into the boundary, 4 runs, and Brown is on the way after his first delivery. It's a high run smashing 4.
No, you can't bowl that to these sorts of batters. You cannot bowl that to any batter in this competition. Too short, straying in line as well, and quite a comfortable hit for Salvan to get his innings up and running.
Yes, so Edward under pressure in his first over here. He has gone for 9 runs so far. 2 deliveries remaining. Short, cut, and that's another boundary. It's in the gap. And Brown has started off on fire here. He's 8 from 2 deliveries.
Yes, we've seen how prolific Salvan Brown is. On the front foot, cut. He loves to cut. He loves to pull. And if you bowl it short to him, he is going to dispatch you on the outside out there. All the fielder had to do was retrieve on that occasion. Because once it hit that gap, it was always going to be 4.
So it's 13 without loss after 5 deliveries. The 4 Charlotte Strikers against the Lasufre Hikers. Quick start here from the Strikers team. A little consultation between Maloney, captain, and his opening bowler, Edward. Conversations with the opposing captain, Pope, as well. Not too sure what that is about. So Edward to Brown. This time it's in the gap again. It's another 4. It's 17 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, I mean, Larry Edward didn't get it right in that over. He was too short and can't bowl short. You cannot bowl short. You cannot give the batters room. I mean, that was a brilliant shot, to be honest, from Salvan Brown. I mean, it was straighter. But he's prolific on the cut shot. You cannot give him any hint of wit. Any hint of wit, he's going to put you away. 17 without loss after the first over.
So we're just looking at the ground here. 12 off 3 is Brown. Pope 5 off 3 deliveries.
Pope will be on strike now to Otney Lewis. And it's an identical field to what we saw for the previous over. So the two people out on the boundary are the long on and the deep mid wicket. Lewis, known as Geese here locally. Quicker delivery there, flatter. Turn on the onside for an easy single. And Pope is now on 6 or 4 deliveries, 18 without loss.
Yeah, and he's bowled well at Neil. And we mentioned up here that the Fort Charlotte strikers, they don't want to get at these opening bowlers. They're the better bowlers in the Lassifree Hikers lineup, to be honest. Neil and Larry Edward. 17 runs went off of Larry Edwards' first over. So they'll be looking to take down Otney Lewis again, just to offset the plans of the Lassifree Hikers early.
This time it's a top edge. Should he loot the fields, man? Does he get to the boundary? No, he does well to stop it, Thomas. They will get 2 runs. So the bounce there, that extra bounce because of Lewis's height. Getting the top edge as Brown was looking to sweep. This time it's turned off the pads. Straight to the man there at a short backward square leg. Single taken. So not a bad start so far from Lewis. He's gone for 4 of his first 3 deliveries.
Yes, not a bad start, but they'll definitely be eyeing up a wicket here. They need to break this partnership. They've started well. They don't want them to get away in this power play.
Looking to pull that one. Beaten outside the off stump. Appeal goes up there by Lewis. Not gathered cleanly by Walters, the keeper. Seemed to have touched something, whether it was the bat or the body. But there was a little deflection. This one has been pulled for a massive hit. It's a high run, cracking 6, and that's out of the park.
Too short, definitely too short. Both of these bowlers have been too short, and we've seen most of the scoring deliveries, most of the scoring shots have come off short deliveries, and that was too short, sitting up there for Gideon Pope to just throw his hands at it, hit it anywhere he wanted to.
So the umpire, 4th umpire, coming out with some extra balls. The 4th umpire has been very busy bringing on these balls during the tournament. Many 6s hit here, and I would say that the majority of them have been big 6s, so many of them clearing the ground entirely, not staying with us in the park. And it's not a small park here at Arnesville by any means. So batsmen in this competition have shown the propensity to hit the ball a long way.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's one was on the stump and on a good length. So that ends the over. 27 without loss after 2. 13.5 is the rate at which they're going, Stacey.
Yeah, Gideon Pope and the Fort Charlotte strikers, they've definitely started hot here for their team. We see a change in the bowling, and the administrative centre in Andre Hunt. He's back in today. And right away, he's given the responsibility with the ball.
Yes, so Hunt being called into the bowling quite early within the power play. I don't think the skipper was happy with that over from Larry, so he took him out. It's a very straight delivery, loud appeal, and he's gone. LBW. Brown is dismissed, LBW there. 27 for 1 after 2.1 overs. Massive wicket there for the hikers.
Yeah, and right away he strike Andre Hunt. That delivery was rather straight. I thought it had actually taken off the bills, but he's been adjudged LBW. I mean, he was looking to walk that across. It was a really straight delivery. He got back and was looking to walk it across the onside. Unfortunately, it misses everything but his pads, and he's LBW to Andre Hunt, who strikes early for the Las Soufre hikers.
Yes, definitely a close one there. Umpire judging that it would have hit around the top of the stumps. And so, straight delivery he's a bowler who bowls it quite flat, does Andre Hunt. So, walking him across the line may not necessarily be the best way to approach playing him. We have seen the couple of batters who have gone after him in the competition thus far hit him straight.
Yeah, that was an ill-advised shot there from a man of experience, Salvan Brown, bringing about his demise in the end. And we see Hiram Shallow to walk into the middle of the last game. They gave young Silroy Williams a promotion. Today they're going back to their regular number 3 batter in Hiram Shallow.
Yes, Shallow. Very experienced batsman, former Windward Islands batsman. Interesting to see how he approaches his innings here. He can be quite enigmatic. Gets forward, drives nicely, but straight to the man at backward point. As he opened the face there.
Yeah, right away. Hiram Shallow on the front foot there. Getting that front foot out, not going back to Andre Hunt. That might be the best way to play him.
Absolutely. Good delivery again here by Hunt. He hasn't been scored off just yet and has taken a wicket in his first delivery. So this is an excellent start here from Hunt for the hikers. This time it's leg side enough for him to turn to the leg side. It was on the leg stump. So fairly safe shot in the end by Shallow. He gets off the mark. 28 for 1, 2.4 overs. And Hunt is doing well here to peg them back after they had such a brilliant start, taking the wicket, and so far has only gone for 1 run of his first 4 deliveries. Pope is looking to hit this one behind square on the offside. No run taken, found the man. Feeling there. Andrew Thomas. He's pulling at this one, gets it into the gap, and tends to run away there, but very good feeling there from Lavia.
Yeah, he didn't time it well, did Pope. It was short, it was there, but he didn't get enough bat on it on that occasion to get it away to the boundary.
So 30 for 1 of the 3 overs, and that was an excellent over bowl there by Andre Hunt, going for only 3 runs in his first over and taking the important wicket of Salvan Brown off his first delivery.
Yes. Let's go in 10 runs and over. 1 over remaining in the power play. Otney Lewis to finish things off to Hiram Shallow. I see Dylan Douglas doing some stretches. I wonder if they'll be tempted to bring him into the attack early today.
Well, maybe he's sending some signals to his skipper, saying, "Skipper, I want to bowl today." Lewis to Shallow. Shallow drives, and that's 4. No one moves on the offside. That's a Hiram smashing 4.
Yeah, marvelous hands there from Hiram Shallow. It was full, and he just marvelous hands to drive it through that gap, picking up a Hiram smashing 4.
Yes, that's classically Caribbean cover drive. Lean back and smash it through the covers. Let's see how Lewis responds. He's short this time and Shallow cuts, and that will go for the boundary for 4. So Shallow expecting something short. He was on the back foot waiting after that full delivery. He knew that the ball would make the adjustment, and he got that one away for Hiram smashing 4.
Yeah, he give himself a bit of room, Hiram Shallow. It didn't get it where he wanted it to go. It didn't go where he wanted it, but the same result in the end.
He cuts this time in the gap. No one moves. And it's another 4 to Shallow, who has started like a man meaning business in this game. A smashing 4 to him.
Brilliant placement on this occasion, getting it between that man at third and that fielder at point. Anything short here, anything marginally short, he is going to go. He has marvelous hands, and my word, you just need to try and find a way to get it fuller to him.
And we have seen when you owe to full that he's prepared to drive it through the covers or down the ground. So and that has been crushed down the ground for Hiron, smashing 4 from Shallow. Oh my word, that was hit ferociously.
Yeah, it was fuller on that occasion. It looked as if Otney Lewis had a chance there, but that was hit with some brutal power, and it crashes into the boundary for Hiron, smashing 4.
There's absolutely no chance for the man at mid-off. It's like Ryan Williams was that man. Lewis now looking to go around the wicket, change the angle. And he's beating him outside the off stump. So good delivery there from Lewis. 46 for 1. Close to the end of the power play. Scoring currently at 12.55 and over. Shallow turns this one for a single. And they will get 2 runs. That's well run by Pope. He was the man going back to the danger end. He called Shallow early, wanting that 2. And it's 48 for 1 after 4 overs. They're going at 12 runs and over. That last over from Otney Lewis going for all of 18 runs.
Yeah, great communication between the two batters in the middle. It was hit with soft hands in the gap, and they saw the opportunity to collect 2 and did so well in the end. Power play finished 48 for 1. The Lassufre Hikers, they have their work cut out for them today in this matchup. The 4th Charlotte strikers showing that they are up for the contest, and they are going to take bat to ball here to the Lassufre Hikers.
Yes, and they've come out of the power play having lost only 1 wicket, 48 for 1, and they are going at a rate of 12. They will be pleased with that, and they would want to continue in that vein. These two would want to bat maybe for another couple of overs or so, and then start going all guns blazing, because they do have quite a bit of batsmen left still in the dugout, as they call it in these shortened forms, back in the pavilion. And now that the power play has ended, we have a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on. This one is hit in the gap, maybe get not opportunity to get 2. And just to finish the field placement, there's a sweeper cover, long off, short third man, and there's an extra cover. Some changes now for Shallow. 4 now in the ring on the offside. Actually, no, they're reverting to the same field. So short fighting, short third, point, sweeper cover, extra cover, long off on the offside. And this time he bowls short, and that is an error there by the bowler, because he doesn't have anyone behind square on the boundary on the onside. So Hiron smashing 4, and Shallow is already on to 23 off 10.
Yeah, definitely too short, and we've seen how punishing Hiram Shallow is on anything short, marginally short, but this one was way too short, and it was easily put away there by Hiram Shallow.
Short again, and Shallow will think he has missed out on another boundary on that occasion. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. Leg by. So 54 for 1.
Yeah, it was shorter. He was waiting on it, but that was quicker that time from Andre Hunt.
Yes, he has that ability to bowl a very quick delivery. He used to be a seam bowler as well. And this one is a reverse sweep. Has gone away to the boundary by Gilran, showing a range of shots here. And that's a very nice boundary to him.
Yeah, spectacular innovation being showed here by Captain Gidran Pope. All he had to do was get it in that gap, and he had enough power on it to get it over those fielders on the offside boundary to pick up a high run smashing four.
So Hunt, let's see how he replies. It was Fuller, swept, but straight to the man at short fine. Would be disappointed with that one. Pope, I think I could hear him shouting in despair from up here where we are. So 58 for 1 after 4.5 overs. He goes again, and this time he has gone all the way for 6. Ala Kevin Peterson over cover with the switch hit.
Magnificent power there from Pope. Switching it up on Andre Hunt. Andre Hunt, he was wary of that shot. That's why he bowled it fuller on the pads on that occasion. But Gidran Pope, we know he's prolific on the sweep shot and playing it on the onside. He tried to bowl that similar delivery, and instead of just hitting it to the cover area, he decided, I'm gonna go with all the power, innovation style for a massive 6. That was spectacular power there from Gidran Pope.
Yes, a remarkable shot. And now Pope is on 25 of 13. They have gotten to 64 for 1 after 5 overs. They're going at 12.8 runs and over. And they have only lost 1 wicket. And in the pavilion, they still have the likes of Carlos Brathwaite, Young, Seal, Roy, Williams, and quite a few others who can still hit the ball a long way.
Yeah, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they've come out with clear intent here. They have the range of shots on display as well, and they have the power to back it. They have power in Brathwaite, Seal Roy, small man he is, he packs a punch, and even Jerome Jones. So they can keep going hard at this point. Young O.J. Matthews has been introduced into the attack, and he's about to face some fire from the Fort Charlotte Strikers batters.
Short this time, pulled away, but not in the gap. Should be cut off by the man at backward square leg. And they're going to get 2, slight fumble there. And that's 2 runs to Shallow. Matthews, he tends to bowl back of a length and bowl quicker into the pitch. Shallow probably would have already observed that and will be waiting on the back foot to see if he can get anything square of the wicket. This time he goes down the ground, not timed as he would have wanted it. Rushed onto him a little bit. Single taken. Brings Pope on strike, who has 25 of 13. Shallow is on 26 of the equivalent deliveries. This time, that's Pope. He's swinging it to the man out at square leg. Should only be 1 run. Throw comes in now. Single taken.
Yes, he had an almighty heave at that one. Fortunately for the Frank Thomas Pavilion, might have been shattered if that had hit the pavilion. The amount of power he was trying to hit that with. He didn't make good connection on that occasion.
And this is why it's short. Should be cut off by Ryan Williams. That's good placement of the field on that occasion. For that cut shot that Shallow loves to utilize. 69 for 1. 5.4 overs. Not a bad over so far from Matthews, having gone for 5 off his first 4. This time, is it mistimed? No, it's gone all the way for Hyrule, cracking 6 off the bat of Pope. At one point, it seemed as if he didn't middle it, and it seems as if really he didn't middle it, but he was strong enough to get it across the ropes.
There's no scratching around here from these Fort Charlotte Strikers batters. They're timing it well, and they have power. As we see, Gidran Pope almost 1 hand off the bat, depositing that for a Hyrule maximum.
This one goes again, and it has gone for 6 into the gap. So even if it was not hit aerially, it would have gone for 4 because it was perfectly bisecting that gap between the deep backward square and the man at deep mid wicket. After the end of 6 overs, it's 81 for 1 here. A very quick start from the 4 Charlotte strikers in this game.
Yes, Gideon Pope at his best here, showing off his range of shot, showing off his power, and the timing has been marvelous from these 2 batters in this batting inning so far. 81 for 1, they've raced up there, 6 overs gone. It's a question of how many more can they get from here. Yesterday, we saw the Grenadines divers putting on 170.
Yes, that was a massive score. I don't know. It will take some getting if a team is to surpass that new record of 170, and it will also be some viewing for those who are here, unless you're on the team or supporting the team that gets demolished for more than 170 runs in a 10-over game.
Yeah, we are already treated to some superb cricket here, superb batting by these 2 in the middle. Curtin Lavier has the ball in hand, an experienced bowler.
This one is hit down the ground, just a few bounces, goes for 4. A bit too full there from Lavier. Don't know if he was searching for the Yorker, but missed it, ended up being a half volley. And that was easy pickings for Hiron, smashing 4 there for Shallow.
Yeah, what a shot from off the bat of Shallow. It was full, and he's decided, you know what, I can play square of the wicket, but I can show you I'm also good down the ground. Excellent shot there from him. Straight hit, straight as an arrow.
This one is a wideish one, but within the guidelines there by the umpire, not called by umpire Blades of Barbados.
Yes, adjustment with the line there and length as well from Curtin Lavier, deceiving the batter. Took some pace off of it also.
This one is full, it's driven in the air. Oh my goodness, that would have been a brilliant catch, but it's put down. He made rapid ground to that one. It was Jonathan Carter, but in the end he spilled it. It was hit very flat, very hard by Shallow. Really gave it the kitchen sink. And he lives to fight another day. 86 for 1.
Yeah, that was driven really hard there. Good effort from Carter on the boundary. Got it wrong really quickly, but just couldn't hold on to it in the end. That was traveling, that ball.
So, bit of a conference here between the captain and his bowler. Slight change in the field. 5 now in the ring. And they're thinking of who to put back. And they're going to put back the extra cover on the boundary. So it seems as if he'll be going to some slower deliveries here because everyone behind square is within the ring. You have a short third, a backward point, a short fine, and a backward square leg. Very square backward square leg. That one is wide. Well taken there by Walters behind the wicket.
Yeah, that was way wide. I think the umpires are just going to have a consultation with each other to see if it was actually pitched off the cutting strip. If so, it'll be a no ball.
It's pretty tight. It's tight there, Stacey. I think they'll look at another replay. Did it go beyond? Seemed to pitch just beyond the white line. Wow. Yeah. So it remains a wide. There is another line that's out there where you have a dotted line, as you can see. A couple dotted lines coming down on your screen there. That's what they will call the cut strip. So if it goes beyond that, and they have changed it, yes, no ball. So it was too wide. And I think also lengthwise it went beyond, so let's see what happens here now. Free hit, dot delivery.
Yeah, he really went hard at that one, Gideon Pope. Luckily for the last free hikers, it's a dot ball because that was a free hit. He's trying to bowl it away from the batter, but that delivery that he just bowled there could actually pay off for him if he gets it right. It's not allowing the batter to free their arms.
This one fuller, but slower. Outside the off stump. They're going for 2 runs, always 2 there. And 2 taken. Another no ball, oh my word. And this time I think it may have been an infringement on the front crease. Yes, that's what it's called. Close one. Deemed to be a no ball. This one is driven straight, should be cut off. No, not even the fleet of foot. Dylan Douglas can get around to that one, and they're now up to 90. 94 in the 7th over, 1 wicket down.
Yeah, he got away with the first free hit on this occasion, over pitching, and such is the power of Gideon Pope. Beats the man Douglas on that long off boundary.
So Pope is on 44 of 20 deliveries now. 3 overs and 1 delivery remaining in the innings. How many do you think they'll get to, Stacey?
I can't really say how many they'll get to. I'm going to think they'll be eyeing up 150 the way they're going here. I'm not going to say how many I think they'll get to, given that it's cricket. We don't know how circumstances will change in the next 3 overs. But the way they're going right now, I think they'll be eyeing up a total of 140 or 150.
I tend to agree with you because with wickets in hand, they would want to go at about a minimum of perhaps 13 or 14 runs and over with wickets in hand. However, the hikers would want to take some wickets now. If they take 2 or 3 or 4 wickets within the next 2 overs, or 3 overs, it will make a big difference to the score at the end of this innings.
Yes, they need to. They'll need to string 3 good overs together somewhere. They'll have to find a way to do that because the foundation is laid. 95 for 1, 3 overs remaining. These 2 are going well. They're not holding back on anything. And they have hitters to come. You have Roy Williams, Carlos Brathwaite, Jerome Jones himself can hit a ball. So they'll have to find a way to curtail the run scoring of the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Absolutely. As we have changing bowling, Dylan Douglas coming into the bowling. He'll be bowling to Gideon Pope. There is a deep backward square leg, a short fine, deep mid wicket. Long on, long off, sweeper cover, extra cover, man at point, and a short third man. This one is swept over square leg. It's gone all the way for 6. It's a high rune cracking 6, and that is 50 runs up for Gideon Pope. 51 of 22 deliveries, and he acknowledges the applause of the crowd and his teammates.
Yeah, captain's knock there from Gideon Pope. It was looming. I mean, he's been hitting them well, but just wasn't getting that big score today. He's delivered for his team.
Looking to repeat the shot. Well, I think that time he was looking to overhit it, and it was not as straight as the previous one. May have been served better going down the ground on that occasion. This time he tugs it. Should go straight to the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Ryan Williams, who has the feeling, gets it in now on the bounce. Shallow is on strike now. This time Shallow just goes over long on. That was too full there from Douglas. And that's a big high rune cracking 6. 108 for 1. They're going great guns here. This one goes out to the man at mid-wicket. Oh my. He does not go for the catch. I think it's Jonathan Carter. Much to the ire, I would say, of his teammates and to the Hiker supporters in the crowd.
Yeah, a lot of emotions out there from the players on the field, the crowd as well. He really thought that he should have gone for that catch. Instead, he lets it land in front of him. They really needed that wicket, the Glastonbury Hikers.
It's a quick delivery, but it's wide. Looking to stay away from the arc of Pope. Asking him to stretch. And with that pace and that width, I think Pope will be well served to get it behind square on the offside. Instead of looking to tug it to mid-wicket. And he gets a contact with this one. It's a big six over the long on area into what we call in St. Vincent again is Posse stand. Not in use for this game, but it's a high-run cracking six. Pope moves on to 58 of 25. Shallow on 39 of 19. 116 for 1 after 8 overs. And the strikers are really striking it well here this afternoon.
Yeah, he held the pose at the end. It's a lot of power, but it's a lot of style as well of the bat of Gideon Pope. It was wide, it sat up, yes, but he got to it and launched it for a high run maximum. He's strong enough to do that. You were mentioning he would have been better off hitting it on the outside. Yes, of course, but he's telling you, man, I have the power, I can clear that with ease.
Yes, on that occasion, it wasn't the faster delivery either, so had the time to be able to tug it. The faster one would be a little bit different, but he's hitting to where he's comfortable, and at this time he's wanting to hit everything, so the natural swing would take it in that direction. As we see Edward is about to bowl this over.
Yeah, and also interesting for the Glastonbury Hikers fans. I mean, Ryan Williams hasn't had a ball in this innings as yet. 2 overs remain. Larry Edward is back.
So maybe he's really carrying a niggle from that last game and they're trying to keep him for the rest of the tournament. And this one has been hit for 6, well over the man at the mid-wicket who retrieves now, Ryan Williams. We just mentioned him. And that's 6 runs to Hiram Shallow. He's on the 45 of 20 deliveries, 122 for 1. It's all happening here at the Annesville playing field.
Yeah, that's huge, huge off the bat of Hiram Shallow. A bit too short there from Larry Edward. How do they contain these batters?
This one is cut. Should be cut off by Carter. Should only be 1 as well. The throw comes in now. So 1 run. I think it's at the point of the innings where everything must go. You know, sometimes when they have a department store, they will say, sail, sail, everything must go. And with only 10 deliveries remaining and having 9 wickets in hand, I think everything must go at this time. At least attempt to take everything to the boundary or over it. Brings Pope back into strike. He attempts that reverse sweep again, but he's beaten on that occasion. Doesn't make contact. It wasn't a bad shot to play ace on the field because there was no one behind square on the offside back on the boundary. So good contact would have seen him get at least a boundary. So not bad thinking there, but didn't get the execution right on that occasion. 1 leg by signal by the umpire? Or is it by? Leg by. This one is cut away firmly, and that has gone for 4 runs. That was cut like a surgeon with precision and with power. It's a high run smashing 4 to Shallow. Brings up his 50. He can raise his bat to his teammates, the Strikers fans in the crowd making a lot of noise now, and I'm sure his teammates are also appreciative of this half century by the little master.
He's absolutely punishing on anything short. Such quick hands when the ball is short to him, Hiram Shallow.
Oh, and that was a quicker one, flat. And I think that, you know, that shaved the off stump, missed by a coat of varnish. They get a single.
Yeah, probably a missed stumping as well. Shallow was advancing down the wicket. Missed, but it was collected cleanly by the keeper. Tough chance, it was low. Wasn't collected cleanly in the end. Would have been fortunate if that ball had ricocheted onto the stump, but it's just not their day, the Hikers.
Yes, and the keeper was up a bit early on that occasion, in spite of the full length of the delivery. This one is pulled straight to the man at square leg. Should only be one. And at the end of the 9th over, the 4 Charlotte Strikers are 130 for 1. Can they get to 150? We'll see. Can they get to 140? Where will they end up after the next 6 deliveries? And how many they get, the Hikers will be looking to get it.
And there's no slowing down from these 2 batters. 1 over remaining. They'll look to get as many as possible. They're eyeing up 150 for sure. Lassifrey Hikers, they need to find a way to keep them under 140. I mean, it's already a big score, given that 135 wasn't enough in the earlier match. Of course, it's a different batting lineup. Lassifrey Hikers, as we see, Captain Maloney has decided to take the ball.
Yes, clearly there is an injury of some sort to Ryan Williams. Skipper taking the last over into his hands. Had some other bowling options. Matthews had only bowled 1 over. So to Curtin Lavia and Dylan Douglas, but he has decided to take this last over. Maybe he's seen enough from his charge and saying, well, I'm going to do it for myself in this last over. Grabbing the ball by the proverbial horn. Maloney comes into bowl to his opposing skipper, Pope. About that one. 59 off 27 is Pope. Shallow 51 off 23. Both striking in excess of 200 in this innings. And this one has been pulled for another 6. It's a high run smashing 6. And that's 64 to Pope. And Maloney is under a lot of pressure here. If he doesn't do well in this over, it has the potential to go for many, Stacey.
Yeah, hit hard, hit flat, short, moving away from Gideon Pope. But he's wary of that. He's wary that that is the plan from the Lassifrey Hikers, latching on to that one.
Beaten outside the off stump on that occasion, looking to swing this one with all his might and almighty heave. Missing it.
Yeah, red dot ball there for the Lassifrey Hikers.
This one has been hit. It's gone all the way. It was a wide delivery, which I think is where Maloney wanted to pitch it. But right now, anything to Pope is going.
Yeah, that had air miles on it. That was high. It had distance on it. I mean, Captain Maloney decided to take the ball, but he's dished out 2 sixes in 3 deliveries.
Yes, 2 high run cracking 6s. And it's also a tight contest for the Vitamalt Maximizer, the person who gets the most 6s in the tournament.
Yeah, they have help from a dog that's running on the field there.
I believe the dog lives nearby or it comes to the park with someone, because I've seen that dog here every day.
He's probably enjoying the type of cricket that's on display. I can't blame him or her.
Oh my goodness. It's another high run cracking 6. This one almost left the park, but it has gone a long way over wide long on for 6. 148 for 1. 4 6s in the over. Another high run cracking 6. And it's a no ball. Oh my goodness. It will be a free hit. Oh, and this is some serious pressure here on the Lassifrey Hikers. They are the Volcano team, but it's almost as if there's some hot lava being poured on them here by the Strikers.
Yeah, the wheels are falling off here for the Lassifrey Hikers. 3 6s in the over so far. Now a free hit. They're up to 149. 3 balls remaining. 150 definitely in their sights and more.
This one down the ground, not timed, but it's a free hit. Catch taken. No, it's actually dropped. They'll get 2. Oh man, that was too casual there from Edward. And we can see some of the teammates going at each other there. And this can happen sometimes when you're under the pump. The pressure can tell.
Got to hold your nerve here, SVG Hikers. Still have a second half of a job to do. So you can't give it away in the field. Yes, you're under the pump, but you also have to bat.
And chasing the score is possible. It's not outside of the realms of possibility, although it will be very difficult. This one is a wide. I think he'll just continue to bowl it out there and hope that Pope probably stretches for one and skies it up in the air. At the moment, it seems one of the likely ways of getting a wicket. Another wide bowl there. So they're up to 153 for one. 2 legal deliveries remaining. This one is swung straight to the man at deep mid wicket. Shallow drops his bat. The thought of the second not there. And it's 154 for one. 1 delivery remaining in the final over. It's going to have to be a mammoth chase here by the SVG Hikers. It will have to be the biggest ever chase. If they get there, it will be the biggest ever successful chase in the VPL. We saw 170 being made yesterday, but not chased. 170 made by the Grenadines Divers versus the Botanical Gardens Rangers. 170 for 3. That's the record score in all editions of the Dream 11 VPL. Shallow pulls this one into the gap and it goes away for 4. Very good placement there by Shallow. And he has gotten to 55 not out. 80 not out of 33 deliveries is Captain Pope. And they finish at 158 for 1. Wow, it's a huge score here.
Wow, indeed. A spectacular display of hitting by the Fort Charlotte Strikers player, amassing a total of 158. Desron Maloney did say at the toss that he thinks it's a good surface and he wanted to chase so that he knows what he's chasing, and it's definitely going to be a task for his team when they go out there to chase this.
Well, one thing that is for sure, they will know what they're chasing, and they know that they're chasing a mammoth score here at the Arnsville playing field. Pope got to 59 off 27, not out 3-4. That's not the correct score. Yeah, so let's just go through the scorecard quickly. So looking at the batting of the Fort Charlotte Strikers, Pope, he was on 80 of 33 deliveries not out. He hit 3 4s and 9 6s. Brown was LBW Hunt, 15 of 6 deliveries, 3 4s. And Shallow, not out 55 of 24. He hit 8 4s and 2 6s.
Yeah, and the bowling card, Larry Edward, bowled 2 overs for 30 runs, no wickets. Neil Lewis, 2 overs, 28 runs. He didn't pick up a wicket. Andre Hunt picked up that lone wicket of Talvin Brown, 18 runs, went off his spell. Curtin Lavier, 1 over, 14 runs, no wickets. Dylan Douglas, 1 over, 21 runs. And Desron Maloney, captain, taking that last over, 1 over, 28 runs. The Strikers, 158 for 1.
Well, it's going to be a very difficult chase here for the Hikers. It will be interesting to see if they will be able to get it. If they do, then we are in for some entertainment here at the Arnsville playing field.
Yes, I agree with you there, Alanson. And we know that these batters for the SVG Hikers, they're not going to come in and knock it around. They are going to go at it. Specifically that top 3, Carter, Maloney himself, and Dylan Douglas. So, I mean, I'll strap in if I were the viewers at home. This is turning out to be a cracking contest.
All right, so there you have it from my co-commentator. We will be right back with you with the chase. The Hikers, when we come back, they will have to overhaul a total of 157. The target will be 158 when we come back.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go. It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
Let's go. It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we fancy and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, cricket,
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see everybody.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field here, where we'll have the chase. The 4 Charlotte Strikers in their batting innings getting to 158 for 1. A mammoth score, astronomical, as we would say, but still not the record for the VPL. We saw 170 made yesterday. So that will give some hope to the Lasufre Hikers, who need 159 runs to win in 10 overs. With me in the commentary box, this is Alanson Cruikshank, and with me in the commentary box is Miss Stacey Ann Adams. Good afternoon to you, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, good afternoon, Alanson. 158 runs on the board. It'll take some doing, but if it's one batting unit that will always think they can chase anything, it'll be the Lasufre Hikers.
Absolutely, and it will really put them to the test here. As I said before we went on the break, if they are able to overhaul this total, then we're in for some extreme entertainment. And the Strikers' bowling attack will have none of it, as I'm actually talking about winning for the Hikers. The Strikers would want to, of course, stop them from doing so. And the batting performance, getting to 158, as a bowling attack, you can't ask your batsmen for more.
Yes, that's true. A lot will depend on the power play here. The result of the power play at the end of that 4 overs, Alanson, I believe that might be the point in which the game will be determined. I mean, the team that has the better power play here, that will definitely say a lot for the outcome of this game.
I agree with you, Stacey. I agree. Ray Jordan will open the bowling. They also have the orange cap holder in the Strikers, Jerome Jones. He has taken 13 wickets so far in the tournament. Closely followed by Prasad on 11 and Primus on 10.
Batting for Hikers is Desmond Maloney and Jonathan Carter.
Skipper Maloney will be on strike first up. There is a slip in place. This is the only team I've seen customarily employ a slip in the power play.
Why not? You have a man with such quick pace operating in Ray Jordan. So the chances of an edge flying there to that first slip is quite likely.
Yes, and I think it's good thinking as well, because wickets in the power play go a long way in terms of determining the outcomes of games. Jordan in to Maloney. Good length delivery, pushed out on the offside, quick single taken, comfortable in the end. They're off. It's 1 without loss, the Hikers.
Yeah, and right away we see the difference. Jordan operating on that foolish length to Maloney. He's quick. You won't want to be short to him. So a good start for Jordan. Carter is now on strike.
Yes, he'll be very familiar with Maloney. He knows that Maloney tends to favor playing off the back foot. And so that good length area should be where he's looking to bowl to Maloney. It will be slightly different to Carter, who likes to drive. So let's see if he makes the adjustment. Short delivery, pulled. Doesn't get it out of the middle, but gets it sufficiently over the man at square leg to ensure that he's not out. So he gets a single to get off the mark. 2 without loss, and they're going to go at everything here. They do need just about 16 runs and over to win.
Yeah, it was short, but it didn't have room. It didn't allow him to free his arm. So that was a good short delivery into the body of Carter to start there.
Full delivery into the pads, flicked over the square leg region. Easy shot there for Hiron, smashing 4 for Maloney.
Yes. Decided to pitch it up this time to him, but it was earning in line. On that occasion, it was on his pads. So it was a comfortable delivery for Maloney to put away. It wasn't attacking his stumps.
Yes, in the end, it was just a bit too full. Really didn't have to go anywhere. But if he had missed it, it would have been quite interesting. I'm sure it would have been a vociferous appeal for LBW. But he didn't miss that. Jordan to Maloney. Short outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Blades. 6 without loss.
Yeah, right away the adjustment from Jordan. Deciding to take it away from the batter instead of bowling it fuller. But too wide, says umpire Jonathan Blades.
Jordan to Maloney. This time he goes over the offside. Fielder is running back after it. Makes the attempt for the catch. 2 runs taken. That fielder was Samuel. Good attempt by him. But he was always just going to elude him.
It was always going away from him. Maloney didn't have the room to play that shot, but you know the situation that they're in. They have to go at it. And he went at it. Oh, well, actually, he had the room to play it. He just didn't time it well.
Yeah, it seemed as if he was trying to pull it from that wide of off stump, and that's why he got the outside edge instead of going through the offside. This one is on the pad, and that's a bad delivery and well picked up. A nice flick shot there by Desron Maloney. I think that Ray was looking for the Yorker on that occasion, but it ended up being a half volley and leg stump, and a classy shot there from Maloney.
Yeah, top shot there off the bat of Maloney. Straight in line this time, Ray Jordan. And similar to the one that he put away for 4, on this occasion he goes all the way for a high run maximum.
So Jordan again to Maloney. Nice looking shot. Pushed off the back foot. And that's a lovely shot there. Hyrule smashing 4. Just caressed through the covers.
That was a sweet drive there from Maloney. He's known for the pull shots, but that was sweetly timed there. All he had to do was find the gap, use the pace well. Beautiful placement there from Maloney.
So Abraham, who has been almost an unsung hero for the Strikers team, has bowled some tight overs in the power play, but he'll definitely be under pressure here as well. But can he come up trumps for his team?
Yeah, currently Abraham has the best economy in the tournament, putting his hand up for that 3D Mr. Economy of the tournament. 6.64 heading into this match. Kevin Abraham.
Yes, and he's the only bowler to have bowled a Sanders Platinum over in this VPL. For those who are watching, the Sanders Platinum over is a maiden over. An over where no run has been scored. He's into Carter now. Beaten outside the off stump. He was looking to hit that one through the mid-wicket region. So a good start so far from Abraham.
And this is why I mentioned that the power play is so important for both of these teams. I mean, if they're able to get at Abraham here, the Hikers, they'll feel like they're well on their way, but he has been smart with his operation.
He pushes it. I believe that last delivery, Captain Maloney came down to him and said, well, give me the strike. He's the off spinner. Let me go at him. Just take one and get yourself in a while. I'm already striking it. And then later on you will have your fun. So there's a long on and a deep mid wicket in place. Those are the two outside the circle. And he goes over the offside. Does it go all the way? Just inside. It's a Harun smashing 4. So as we predicted, he'll be going very hard at Kevin Abraham in this over.
As he should. He should. He cannot allow Kevin Abraham to settle. He's one of their better bowlers in the power play. He's been miserly. As we mentioned, he has the best economy in the tournament. You have to put a dent in his economy if you are to overhaul this huge target.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let's see how Abraham responds to that threat. Quicker delivery. It's tugged on the onside. It goes for 4. Behind square. Another boundary. 28 without loss in the second over.
Yeah.
They up with the rate. So they're going at just over 15 and need just over 16. So they're there thereabouts.
Yeah, poorly line delivery there from Kevin Abraham. And the mood that Desjon Maloney is in, he won't miss out on putting away a bad delivery.
So in the context of this game, if he finishes here with a dot or a single, it would actually still be a good over from him. Some slight changes in personnel. And a slight change to the field. Deep mid-wicket and deep square leg out. No. It firmly down the ground, but stopped. And so it's a dot ball to end the over. I think he was struck by that one as it went back down to him.
That was certainly hit hard off the bat of Maloney. Came down the ground on that occasion to Abraham. Got to the pitch of it well. Looked to hit it flat and hard down the ground. And got a boot to it. Hit him in his chest, it appears. Kevin Abraham. So at the end of the over, it's 28 without loss.
Yes, and he has bowled 1 over for 9 runs, which, as we said before, in the context of what has happened before, is actually excellent going. He looks to have done himself some mischief there, trying to stop the ball with his foot. And they will be hoping that he is able to bowl his next over, because so far he has done well for them, not just today, but so far in the tournament, Stacey.
Yes, and despite going for 2 boundaries in that over, it was only 9 runs. So that's a good over, as you mentioned, in the context of this game, where you need to be going 16 runs and over. You'll take 9 runs and over any day.
So 28 without loss after 2 overs. As we look at that shot again. This break may actually be useful for the strikers. Maybe cooling down some of the momentum of Captain Maloney, who is on 25 off 8 deliveries. He bowled that last over and was struck for several sixes, and we were thinking to himself, I need to put my hand up here to compensate for that for my team.
Yeah, he needs to compensate for that and more. He needs to be going at 16 runs and over if his team is to get over the line. While he's doing that, Jonathan Carter is able to assess things from the other end, taking some pressure off him as well. So that's important.
So Abraham is back up onto his feet. And we're about to get going here for the 3rd over. Seems that it will be bowled by Alston Bob. Something that they have done more recently in the tournament is give Bob an over inside the power play. As the wickets have gotten a little bit slower with time. Remember that we was playing on 3 pitches here throughout the 14 days or so of the VPL.
Yeah, and Bob takes the pace right off it, so you have to be able to use your feet well against him.
This one is slug swept, and it's in the gap. It's gone for 6 anyway. It doesn't matter. And that is a Harun cracking 6 by Carter. And he'll definitely be looking to that area of the field against Alston Bob, who will be for the most part turning into him.
Yeah, Yes, a nice flat hit there from Jonathan Carter to collect his first boundary of this match. I think Bobby's gonna come slower at him. That's how he operates. He likes to take the pace off right after deliveries.
This one is short and it's gone over the rope for 6 runs again. This time over backward square leg. It's another high run, cracking 6 to Carter, and he's now up and running and joining with his skipper in this chase.
If you bowl it short, no matter how slow you bowl it, you're always going to get punished. So Bobby has to adjust his lines here. Yeah, Bob needs to adjust his lines here to Jonathan Carter, who seems to like the bowling of Alston Bob so far.
This time he's beaten outside the off stump. Slow delivery there, but also a bit shorter than the first one and fuller than the second one. Looking for the reverse, but straight to the man there, Abraham, at short third. So 2 good deliveries to recover after the first 2 went for 6. What can he do with these next 2 deliveries? This time it's punched straight to the man there at extra cover. Slight misfield by the captain. And they get a single. 13 without loss. Sorry, 13, none for 13 in this over.
Yeah, good recovery there from Bob. As we noted, Maloney, he'll be looking to get a boundary to finish off this over with some momentum heading into that last over of the power play for his team. Bob, he'll have other things in mind. Of course, they're hunting up a wicket here, the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
So it's a 5-4 field for the right-hander. Deep mid-wicket out, deep. Well, a long on. Straight to the man at extra cover. Disappointed there is Maloney. I think Bob would be satisfied with 13 off the over because the required rate is over 16, especially after going for 2 sixes in his first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, definitely a good recovery from Bob. He's an experienced bowler. He adjusted his lines and his length as well as his pace in that over to finish with just 1 run of the last 4 deliveries after going for 2 massive sixes.
So Abraham will be finishing off the power play. 41 without loss. 3 overs have gone. They need another 118 runs off 42 deliveries, the Lasso Ferry Hikers. They'll want this over to be a big one so that they come out of the power play feeling that they're still in good position to pursue these runs. This one is pulled but straight to the man at deep mid-wicket. So it'll only be 1. 1 it is. Hector does the fielding. Brings Maloney into strike against the off spinner. Ooh. Was it a missed chance for a stumping or was it a nick?
Well,
some hands on heads there.
Yeah. Players seem disappointed by that. It's have to be seen on the replay. It looked as if he nicked it, but safe in the end. We'll wait on the replay. Yeah, he nicked it. There was no signal there from the umpire. So definitely an edge.
And that has gone for 6. Over long on. High run cracking 6 there from Carter. A little too full there from Abraham. Up in the slot and deposited over the long on area, and Carter now he's on the go. So he has joined with his captain. No white signal there from the umpire. This time he goes over the offside, should run away for 4, even the fleet of foot. Ridge on, he can't catch that back. And so it's a high run smashing 4 there from Carter. He's now on to 26 off 13, going at 200 strike rate after a fairly sedate start from him. But now I guess his eye is in.
Yes, and the 50 partnership as well is up as well between those two, accessing that offside boundary up and over the fielder's head. So a good choice there from Jonathan Carter instead of trying to go across. The spin of the bowler decides to hit it with the spin on that occasion.
Beaten there, looking for the big swing over square leg. And Abraham, I think, will be saying that I have still finished with respectable figures of none for 21 when the team needs almost 16 runs and over at the start.
Yeah, and I mean, you get hit for 2 boundaries in that over, but it's still a good over because you need to get that big over somewhere. The fourth shot, the last super hikers, they should be eyeing up a big over, a massive over for about 20 or so if they are to feel like they are in with a chance in this game. They're keeping up quite well. The run rate is now above 17, 53 without loss in the power play, a healthy power play, but it's a massive target to chase here for the last super hikers.
Yes, and this will now be the 5th over of the innings. 106 runs needed off 36 deliveries. Required rate of 17.67. Abraham is going off the field having completed his spell. He was struck on the leg while doing that feeling of his own bowling. First hit back to him by Captain Desmond Maloney of the Hikers. Bob now he comes on to bowl his second over. He continues from the end that we are commentating from. There is a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, a long on. A man at short fine, short third, backward point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a long off. This one is pulled. Under it is Pope, and he takes the catch. It's a big wicket. Maloney goes. That one had the length that he could get under. Just didn't time it well. And Alston Bob has taken this big wicket here now. They still need 106 runs from 35 deliveries. But now the Captain Maloney, he has gone back to the shed. It will introduce the new batsman who is Dylan Douglas. A very enterprising young batsman. And of course, I think that he will only adopt one approach, especially in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it had the length. He got under it, but he just didn't have the pace on that occasion to walk with to get it over the fielder. Had a lot of height on it, just couldn't get the distance in the end to get it over Gidron Pope on that long on fence. It's interesting how close these two fielders are on the boundary, especially when Maloney was batting. Brathwaite and Gidron Pope, they're really close to each other. It's not typical that you see these fielders close to each other.
Yeah, I think that was a plan because they would know that he would not hit behind square from that line. It's likely that it will go in the mid wicket or wide long on region, and that's good planning. And they were able to get the wicket. Maloney now replaced by Douglas. Douglas, the young man with the most runs in the history of the VPL, over 1,000 runs. Cuts this one to get off the mark. Single taken. So 54 for 1. 4.2 overs have gone. They need another 105 from 34 balls. Here Captain Pope marshalling his troops, placing them where he wants them to be on the boundary. This one is pulled flat into the gap. Should be cut off though. Excellent fielding there by Samuel. He keeps it to 2. And he has fielded very well, especially his ground fielding in the tournament. For the 4 Charlotte strikers, it has been exceptional.
Yeah, that was hit with some power in the gap. But good fielding there from Winston Samuel, as you noted how well he's been fielding in the tournament so far.
So 2 runs to Carter. This one, he gets over the rope. It's a high run cracking 6. 2 full on that occasion from Alston Bob. missing his length, and Carter swiftly deposited that for Hiron cracking 6.
Yeah, twofold there from Bobby. A man in form like Carter will definitely be putting those away all the time, as you see third umpire running out with the box of balls. He's been a busy man this tournament. I think they need to find a space somewhere close for him on the field, the amount of times he has to run out to bring balls onto the park for the umpires.
Yes, on this occasion, the fourth umpire, Alonzo Bilingi, could see him on your screen. Yes, he has been doing a lot of work in the tournament, running on with replacement balls. So many sixes have been hit out of the ground here. So we'll continue now. 62 for 1, 4.4 overs have gone. And I'm sure that Carter will want to continue his onslaught. This time he misses out on the sweep shot as he was looking to hit that one square of the wicket on the onside. Dot delivery. All these dots are precious like gold for the strikers, and for the hikers, they don't want to have too many of them at all. 9 runs so far off the over. Down the pitch goes Carter. This one is high, but he has not timed it. Oh my, I think that was misjudged there by Samuel, in that I think he thought it was going. He stayed a long time to move, and in the end, he just didn't get there.
Yeah, that's the issue with feeling on that side of the boundary. I mean, you think it's a clean hit, but the wind somehow held it back there, and Winston Samuel reacted too late and couldn't get in position quick enough to take a catch, and it goes away for a high run smashing 4.
Yeah, he will be disappointed with that. So too will Bob. And you could see Salvan hands up there. That would have been a very big wicket again for them. Carter is on 38 off 18. That would have seen him been dismissed for 34. So Bob, after 2 overs, he has bowled out his spell. He has taken 1 for 26. The wicket of Maloney. So going at 13.2 are the hikers. They need another 93 runs from 30 deliveries. We now go down to Benava Brown, who has someone in the stands for an interview.
It's an exciting match between the strikers and the hikers, and I'm here with some students from the St. Vincent Girls High School and their teacher. How are you today?
I'm good. Just enjoying another game of cricket here. Seems very exciting. Strikers played a very demanding batting over. It was Pope and shallow. I think hikers made a hiccup when they dropped shallow actually. He made what, 79?
Yeah. No, Pope made 79.
Oh, Pope made 79, yeah. I think strikers, to me, at the start of the game, strikers put the game out of reach. But as the first 4 overs, hikers put some doubt into that. Now we can see there's a second wicket. So I think it will be a very interesting game.
Great. What's the vibes like here at VPL?
Well, the vibe is good. Music, you can see everybody's enjoying themselves. There's a good vibe. There's something for everybody.
If anyone's at home and they're considering coming out to the finals this weekend, what you telling them?
Yeah, I think it's a good event. You can bring the family. There's vibes, there's music. There's something for everybody.
Their vibes at VPL. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Benava. And we have just witnessed the loss of the big wicket of Dylan Douglas. He was caught in the covers by the young fielder there.
Yeah, the strikers, they ran off as if they won the tournament there when they collected that wicket.
Yes, Shallow taking the catch. Kevin Shallow taking the catch. Yes, he's on as a substitute for Abraham, I think, who has sustained an injury. So it was a good catch by the young man. Moved in well, took it with 2 hands. And they have seen the back of Dylan Douglas. Ryan Williams is now at the wicket. He hit the ball nicely in his last game, and they've thought that, well, Let's see how you can go. Let's give you a promotion.
Yeah, good planning from Brathwaite to Dylan Douglas, that first ball. Dylan Douglas was giving himself room. And Brathwaite just bowled a fuller Yorker, getting a top edge in the end. Leading edge, rather.
This one is loud appeal. And it seems as if it was an appeal for LBW. But he's also going across him, so it would have been difficult for that one to be not out. And the bounce from that length, Brathwaite is well over 6 feet. And it's also pitching outside leg stump, so not much going for it in the end. And he's bowling all over the place. He's bowling all over the place. Brathwaite, another wicket in his first over. Ryan Williams dismiss. And it's an Island Sips golden wicket to back up another one that he had off his first delivery in the over.
Yeah, Ryan Williams getting a promotion. We didn't see him with the ball today. They sent him out after his display in the last match with the bat. But today, Brathwaite getting the better of him. A Yorker to dismiss Ryan Williams as young Jahil William Walters strides to the crease.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery. A very, very good delivery there by Brathwaite. Using the angle, pushing it between bat and pad. And seems as it also beat Ryan Williams for pace on that occasion. So they're in some trouble here now, the last Sufria Hikers in this game. 66 for 3 after 5.3 overs. They require now over 20 runs and over. So the rate is mounting. And that is mounting ING. But it's also now looking like a mountain AIN.
Pressure's definitely on the Lassifree Hikers batters at this point in time with some exceptional bowling from the Port Charlotte Strikers. 2 and 2 will always hurt you. You don't want a third.
Absolutely. So he's on a hat-trick. Brathwaite. Well, actually, there was a dot delivery between when he appealed for the LBW. So it's a wow. When you look at the score, the over, so W, wicket. So W for the wicket, then a dot, then another wicket. Here he comes into Walters. So it's left alone outside the off stump. That's something you see very often in a 10-over fixture.
Brathwaite is quite pumped up. I mean, when he started the tournament, we didn't see him displaying this range of emotion. But as the tournament went on, he probably realized the type of cricket that we have here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and is valuing every ball he bowls, and he's really pumped up now, and he's really enjoying the occasion. I'm loving the emotion being displayed here by Brathwaite.
Very much so, and that will endear him to the fans even more. Nice looking drive from Walters. They're looking for 2. He's coming back now. The throw comes in from Ray, it's flat. And they have gotten there. Both of them are very quick between the wickets, so that's something that the fielders have to be mindful of. But Walters was always going for 2, and he made it home quite comfortably in the end. This one is wide, and so signaled by umpire Bayon. 69 for 3. 1 delivery remaining in this, the 6th over. Brathwaite has 2 wickets for 3 runs. 2 off the bat on that wide.
Hikers have nothing to lose here. They still need 90 runs in 25 balls. They've got to go at it. They've got to pick up boundaries.
Walters looking to push this one into the leg side. Doesn't time it well, but they'll get 2. Quick run in there from Carter. Brathwaite just saying, be on the toes. We haven't won it yet. 88 needed from 24. They need another 22 runs per over. They are 71 for 3 at the end of the 6th.
So after 6 overs, the score is 71 for the loss of 3. Batting is Shaheel Waters and Jonathan Carter.
So Jerome Jones will be brought into the bowling, the orange Sanders orange cap holder. He has 13 wickets.
They now need to find 22 runs per over from here on out. Carter is still there. Jahil Walters has joined him.
Stacey, and how would you go about trying to make 22 runs per over for 4 overs?
Well, I only try to hit sixes. I only try to hit sixes. I mean, if I can get 6 fours in the over, that'll help as well. But that's the only thing that they can do right now. They have to find a big over somewhere. They have to put pressure on Jerome Jones. They cannot allow him to run in and bowl at them. They have to put pressure on this over.
So Carter on strike. And he's putting pressure because that has gone away to the boundary for Hiron, smashing 4. That's 4 of the 22 that they need in this over to keep up with the rate.
Yeah, they need a lot more. They need to be consistent with their boundary hitting. The hikers, if they are to get over the line, you see Jerome Jones there, Jonathan Carter making room, Jones following him. But he was angling too much down the leg side and he picked the gap perfectly.
So Jones to bowl to Carter. Looking to get this one over the man at short fine, beaten as he was looking to ramp that one over the short fine leg there. 75 for 3, 6.2 overs have gone. They need 84 from 22. Seems as if there's an injury there to Brown. He's calling for some treatment. Is he? Or is he deciding to soldier on?
He's a tough man, but they do have, I think, 2 other keeping options in the squad. But he'll want to stay out there and see his whole team to victory. Brown, so he's going to stay on.
So Jones again bowling to Carter. This time he goes in the mid-wicket region. It's in the gap, should be cut off. Well done, good really feeling there. And they have kept it to 2. And the field here, there's a ring of 4 on the offside from a short third to extra cover. There's a long off, there's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, deep square and a fine leg.
Yeah, great teamwork by those 2 on the boundary. Samuel and Brathwaite. Carter looking to pepper that gap there. A good work by the 2 in the end.
Short again, should be wide, yes. Signal by umpire Blades. So another wide goes on to the total. 78 for 3. 81 needed from 21 deliveries. Almost 4 runs a ball. If a single is scored off this one, then it will be exactly 4 runs per ball. So not much time for hanging around. Good delivery that time. Yorker length. They think of 2. They won't challenge the arm of Brathwaite. Gets it in quickly. So they need now 4 runs a ball, Stacey, and 24 runs and over.
Yeah, it's only boundaries here. That's the requirement for the last 3 hikers at this point. It's a tall ask. It's definitely not impossible, but improbability is another thing.
It's a game of glorious uncertainties, is cricket. Walters on strike. He aborts that one, does Jones. Probably didn't feel as he wanted to as he was about to go into his delivery stride there. Actually came over into the stride but didn't let go the ball from his hand.
Now Walter's letting him have a wit.
Yes, tit for tat. You do, and I do. A little bit of byplay there from bowler and batsman. Good delivery again there from Jones, but dug out to the man at square leg. Gets it in now. It's backed up by 3 fielders actually backing up there. And so 79 runs needed from 19 deliveries. There's 1 delivery remaining in the 7th over. The Hikers are 80 for 3.
Yes, Jones deciding to bowl Fuller. I mean, the last game he played against the Derby Explorers, he went slower ball to Young Tiller and Harry, and he was deposited for 4 sixes. So he's ensuring that he keeps it full here to these Hikers batters.
This one is behind square, should be cut off by John. It is. Don't take on his arm, flat throw. And it's 1 run, so 81 for 3 at the end of the 7th over. They needed another 78 from 18 deliveries at a rate of 26 per over. Walter's on 5 or 4 deliveries. Carter, he's going at 200 strike rate, 46 off 23.
So after 7 overs, the score is 81 for 3, needing another 78 for a victory. Batting is
Yeah, a lot to do here from these two. They need to be hitting the fence. They need to be hitting sixes. Take the scoring rate down. This over needs to be a big one, Allenson. This has to be a big over if they are to stay within reach of this target.
Yes, it has to. And all of them need to be from here on. Brathwaite and Jones doing the bulk of the bowling at the end of the innings. So that seems to be the plan for the strikers today, and I think also going forward. They have done so for the previous 2 games as well. So it's something that their opponents would have to bear in mind, that is likely to be the case when they come up against them. Brathwaite to Carter, wide outside the off stump, wide signal by umpire Byam. 82 for 3.
It's wide, but it's bowling to his field, really. So the captain won't be too upset with that wide delivery. It's bowling to them. It's right. It's the plan that they have here to Carter.
This one is full. It's over extra cover. Should go into the boundary now. It's a high run smashing 4. Carter moves on to 50. So he can raise his bat. 50 coming off 24 deliveries for him.
Yeah, 2 full there. And Carter finding the gap well. They need a lot more of those. A lot more of those if they are to get over the line here.
Song champion being played here at the ground. Hikers are definitely defending champions, but under pressure in this game. Ooh, and this one seems to have come off the edge. Not taken cleanly there by Brown. The youngster, shallow does the feeling. Has looked sharp in the field. Has done well, the young man.
Carter trying to ramp Brathwaite there, but doesn't get the elevation to get it over the keeper's head.
Was a chance, no signal by the umpire, so 2 runs, so it came off the bat. Seems as if it carried to keeper Brown.
Yeah, interesting, he tried to ramp it with the back of the bat. Usually you see more people trying to ramp it with the front of the bat, but he went back of the bat on that occasion.
This time he pulls, doesn't get full contact. Should be fielded there by... And they get 2 runs. Fielded there by... Looks like Hector on the boundary. 90 for 3. 7.3 overs have gone. 69 needed in 15. It will take some getting, but still not beyond the realm of possibility. This one goes down to the man at long on. Straight to Gideon Pope, who does the fielding. 1 run taken. He gets Carter off strike. He'll be pleased now to be bowling to Walters. Walters will be thinking that I need to get a couple of boundaries here to keep my team in contention, as we need 68 or 14.
Yeah, you need 2 good hits here. Walters.
So Yorker, dot delivery, excellent. He kept it within that wide line area. And Walters unable to get it to the boundary. Based on this line that he's bowling, what options are there for Walters in getting a boundary, Stacey?
Well, if he has the ramp in him, he can try that. Don't know if I've ever seen him play the ramp before. But that's an option for young Walters.
This one is wide now outside the off. Some signal by umpire Bayern. Can he also just try to run it past the keeper? With just a little bit off the bat. If he gets it between the gap between the keeper and Shallow, who's a short third, there's a squarish third man. But
Yes.
I don't think he'll be able to cut that off.
Yes, there's that as well. But you see how wide Salvan is standing? He's expecting those deliveries from Brathwaite. Look how far away he's standing there. He's not right behind the stump. So he's expecting those wider Yorkers. Carlos Brathwaite, he didn't execute that one perfectly. That one was too wide on that occasion.
Driven down the ground, should be 1. They will push for 2, but Pope has a strong arm. He comes in now, and they get the 2 runs. Excellent running by Carter. And at the end of the over, it's now 94 for 3. Brathwaite finishes his spell. 2 for 18 he has taken. And the Hikers need another 65 in 2 overs. Stacey.
Yeah, they're looking for 6s here now. They need 2 big overs. Have to find a big over here now to stay in contention somewhere. Jerome Jones looks as if he's going to bowl out. I think they also have Rich Jordan for 1 more over.
Yes. If they don't get some boundaries off these next 2 or 3 deliveries, then the rate will be beyond them. They need another 65, as you mentioned, from 12 deliveries. And so, if they don't get at least 5 runs from the next 2 deliveries, then it will be beyond them. Barring any extras, of course.
Yeah, it needs to be a big over here. Carter has to find a big over here for the Hikers.
This one is off. We'll wait and see. It seems to be off the glove. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. Yes, no signal coming from him. So, single down to fine leg. Walters now on strike. They need 64 from 11 deliveries. So, essentially, they need 10 6s and a 4. Or 11 6s from these 11 deliveries. Excellent delivery there from Jones. Yorker, right on off stump, dug out by Walters. Not much you can do with a delivery like that. Well bowled by Jones.
Yeah, well executed there by Jones. Getting that Yorker in that black hole. As you mentioned, nothing the batter can do there. Luckily, he wasn't bowled on that occasion. But Jerome Jones deciding that Yorker is the way he's going to finish things off. And he's doing well so far for his team.
Yes, as you mentioned in the last game, he tried a few different things in the last over than what he was accustomed to and got punished by Harry. This one is short as Carter was advancing down the wicket, but also it came into him with the angle, so they didn't allow him the room to free his arms. And now they need 62 from 9 deliveries, and the run rate is now over 40. And so now it's a mathematical impossibility without any extra deliveries.
Yeah, and that short delivery is a good one. Notice the field that they have set on the onside.
Slower delivery. Edge should challenge the boundary. Will Abraham get to it? Excellent feeling there by Kevin Abraham. Keeps it to 2. That was a job well done.
Yeah, the passion and display in the field there. I mean, he's putting his body on the line, ensuring that every run is saved still, given the position that they're in. They're in a comfortable position, but Abraham giving chase in the end, making sure that that ball didn't cross the ropes.
Yes, you could see the replay there. Brilliant feeling. Well inside the rope, so no threat of a 4 from rolling onto the rope. Jones to Walters again. Driven, that's a lovely shot by the young man. That's it. That's the thing that he's capable of. This one goes over, long off for Harun cracking 6. That was a lovely shot.
I mean, Walters, he has these subtle shots in his armory, but he's always mostly looking to go across the line. When he plays this shot over cover, down the ground, he looks like such an elegant player. Look at that, timing it perfectly over the head for 6.
Yes, it looks like $1 million when he plays that shot. Jones again to him. Slow delivery, that one was extremely slow. They're looking for 2, they should get it. As the over comes to an end, they will need another 52 runs, I think, from the last over, which is mathematically impossible, except that there were several no balls that go over the boundary.
Yeah, that delivery there deceived the batter in flight. Like a spinner's delivery there from Jerome Jones to finish off. So they definitely got their bowling tactics laid out, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, with their eye on the finals. So if you are Fort Charlotte Strikers fans, it's good signs from the Fort Charlotte Strikers bowlers in here in this match today. Gideon Pope decides he's gonna have a bowl. The captain of the Hikers decided he's gonna have the last bowl. Here Pope decided he's gonna have the last over as well.
Yes, and he has bowled a couple of overs before in this tournament, and he's taking that opportunity to bowl this one. After the innings that he had earlier today, I don't think anybody will be arguing with him, especially since 54 are needed off the last over. This one is punched down to the man at long off. Single taken.
The bowlers have really utilized that big side of the ground well today, the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Goes down the pitch, does Walters. Gets it to the man at square leg. 1 run taken again. So only 2 singles so far off his first 2 deliveries, Pope. Carter is on 58 off 30. Walters 19 off 11. Not bad innings generally from in a T10 situation, but when you need 150. And this one should be caught. Yes, taken there by the man. It looks like Abraham at the cover. Extra cover, so that's the end of Carter's innings. 58 from 31 he made. It's an Island Sips golden grab. And of course, it's an Island Sips golden wicket.
And why not have a wicket as well? Pope can do no wrong today. After that blistering knock of 80, he picks up a wicket as well of Jonathan Carter. It was a wide delivery. Carter decided to chance his arms, no pace on it. He couldn't reach it as well, given how wide it was, and gives an easy catch to Abraham there at short cover.
So it brings Andrew Thomas to the crease. He hasn't faced a lot of deliveries in the tournament, and again here, with only 3 deliveries left, he wouldn't get much of an opportunity. But it's now impossible for them to win this game. The Hikers and the Strikers, they will be marching into the finals on Sunday by virtue of their performance here this afternoon. This one is wide outside the off stump and signaled by umpire Bayam. He was looking to keep it away from Thomas Isaac, who is known to have a very powerful hit over the mid-wicket region. Again, it's wide outside the off stump. Hiding the ball, so to speak, as we usually say here in local parlance. This one is down the wicket, doesn't get all of it. Ray John is on it, and he takes the catch. It's another Island Sips golden wicket. And another wicket to Gideon Pope at the end of the day here, at the end of the innings. It's 111 for 4. They need another 48 from 3 balls. And of course, at this time, all these deliveries are merely formalities because the result is known based on where they are statistically.
Yeah, Captain Gideon Pope picking up a second wicket here. It's a foregone conclusion. The Hikers will not be able to get 48 up 2 deliveries unless, you know, there are a string of no balls somewhere and extras. Neil Lewis is coming in now. A demotion in the batting for him.
So Neil Lewis comes to the crease to replace Yes, Neil Lewis comes to the crease. He replaces Thomas. Just a couple of deliveries left in the game. Lewis, he hits this one. Does he get all of it? Circling under it is... Oh. And he keeps it in, does C-Roy Williams. Lewis, he didn't seem to be anywhere near the middle of the bat, but so powerful is he as a striker that it almost cleared the rope.
Yeah, but look at that fielding display. 2 balls remaining. They know that it's a mountain to climb here. They know that it's impossible. But the Port Charlotte strikers staying in the game, pulling off a brilliant piece of fielding, ensuring that it doesn't go for 6.
So the final delivery of this match, oh no, it's going to be 6 because his last step was on the rope.
Yeah.
So 6 runs, a high run, cracking 6 there to Neil Lewis.
But still a good effort. Still showing that they're up for the fight, despite it being 1 ball remaining in the over. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think he just ran out of acreage. He didn't realize that he was so close to the rope. So that last step took him onto the rope. And the only possibility for him not getting a 6 there was for him to jump back in and then jump back out again before making that attempt. So Lewis will get a boundary, will he? Yes, he will get a boundary off the last delivery. Takes the Lasufre Hikers to 121 for 5. And the Port Charlotte Strikers, they are in the final. They have won by 37 runs. They're in the final for the first time here in the Dream 11 VPL in this edition number 5, Cricket Our Way.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts for the Lasufre Hikers heading into that encounter between the Botanical Gardens Rangers tomorrow. Tomorrow it's Eliminator, another Eliminator. The winner of that advances to the finals. The loser, of course, can take no further part in the tournament. Port Charlotte Strikers are through, and they are waiting to see which team they'll meet in tomorrow's encounter.
Yes, and just going back over the scorecard here, the Port Charlotte Strikers, when they batted, Gideon Pope 80, not out of 33 deliveries. Shallow 55, not out of 24 deliveries. Salvan Brugg was dismissed for 15 off 6. Hunt took the solitary wicket, 1 for 18. The Hikers, when they batted, they got to 121 for 5 off their 10 overs. Jonathan Carter 58 off 31. Desmond Maloney 26 off 11. Walters not out on 19 of 11 deliveries. And bowling for the Strikers, Brathwaite 2 for 18 off 2, Pope 2 for 14 off his last over there, and Bob 2 overs 1 for 26.
Yeah, signs look good for the Port Charlotte Strikers heading into the finals on Sunday. Lots of questions for the Lasufre Hikers camp as they face a red-hot Botanical Gardens tomorrow. A lot of questions will be asked of their bowling, Allenson. Not a good display with the ball today. A lot of short pitch deliveries allowed the Port Charlotte Strikers batters to capitalize and get to a big score of 158.
Yes, I think that would be something that they would be concerned with at this time. They have their bowling has been picked on, I would say, in this tournament. They have not gotten what they thought they may have gotten out of Edward in these last few games. He started off brilliantly, but coming to the end of the tournament, he has gone for a bit of runs. Didn't bowl his full quota in the first in the innings of the Strikers, and they will be a bit worried about their bowling heading into tomorrow's game. But they are the Hikers. They are defending champions. They are 3-time defending champions. They were in the finals in the first edition. So they know how to win. And so they will be looking forward to tomorrow's game against the Rangers. And they will need to beat them in order to get to the final. The winner of that will get into the final. Of course, the loser will be out of the competition. And just the leaderboard for the various individual prizes of the tournament. Chadwick Walton, at the moment, he holds the Sanders Blue Cap. He has 320 runs. Andre Fletcher has the highest score so far, 98 not out. Navin Stewart has the highest average, batting average, 76.5. Brathwaite, he is out in front in the contention for the play 4 ball blazer. He has a strike rate of 240. Jonathan Carter has the most 4s, while Andre Fletcher, he is in contention for the Vintamont Maximizer, the player who hits the most 6s, and he is currently on 26. Jerome Jones is currently leading the race for the Sanders Orange Cap with 13 wickets. Romario Bibi, the best bowling so far, not just in this VPL, but all editions of the VPL, 4 wickets for 5 runs. Carlos Brathwaite, the best bowling average, 11.8. Kevin Abraham, in contention for the 3D Mr. Economy, an economy rate of 7.23, and that's the best economy rate for any bowler who has bowled more than 50 deliveries in the tournament. And Bennington Stapleton, he's in contention for the Hyrule Bucket Hands. He has the most catches so far in the tournament with 8 catches, and he took 4 in 1 innings. So definitely running out front with that. Remember that the Dream 11 VPL MVP is another prize. The MVP will receive $1,000. And also, we have the winner on Sunday will receive the Irvin Warwickon Cup, and the runner-up will receive the second place prize of $10,000. The winner gets $30,000. So the 4 Charlotte Strikers are already assured of at least $10,000, whether they come second in the final or whether they win it. Stacey Young.
Yeah, 2 big matches on tomorrow. The 5th place playoff between the Darkview Explorers and the Grenadines Divers. Grenadine Divers, I mean, they are action-packed team. They scored 170 runs yesterday, so you won't want to miss it. It'll be entertainment galore between those 2 teams. And then the big matchup tomorrow, qualifier 2. Port Charlotte, the last Super Hikers takes on the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
So 2 big matches tomorrow as we await the presentation ceremony here. Osnet Cater will have the 2 captains and the first national man of the match. We'll take a break and we'll be back with you for the presentation ceremony in this qualifier 1.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket, our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful
Good afternoon and welcome to the presentation ceremony for this qualifier between the Lassofrey Hikers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers, where the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they came out victorious and they are heading straight to the finals. I have here with me today Mr. Desmond Maloney, the losing captain this afternoon. Desmond, a difficult day in the field. What's your assessment of this game?
It was a difficult day indeed. Kudos to the way Strikers played. They basically backed us out of the game, but with that being said, I think my bowlers didn't bowl to the plan and we didn't execute well today.
At the halfway stage, 158, how confident were you going into the second part of the match in terms of chasing that total?
We were still confident about getting that 158. We brought down the game. We knew we needed just over 16 runs and over. And if you look back at the first 3-4 overs, we were on par with the total. But with the cluster wickets that we lost within the 4th and 6th overs, set us back in the back end.
You mentioned the bowlers. I think Ryan Williams, I didn't see him bowl today. I think that was a big blow for you because he's someone who normally comes in at the death and gives you the much needed overs at that particular stage.
Yeah, we're basically 2 bowlers down, 2 fast bowlers to be exact. Allianz Caesar ruled out with a side strain, and now Ryan suffered the same side strain 2 games ago. So we're basically a fast bowler down, and we just have to find a way with the ball.
Another big match tomorrow against the Botanical Gardens Rangers. You still have another chance to make it to the final. What do you think you need to do better going into that game?
We just need to stick to the basic and do the basics right, you know. Once we stick to the plan and we execute well, we'll come up victorious tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much, Desran, and all the best in the remainder of the tournament.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have the winning captain, Mr. Gideon Pope of the Fort Charlotte Strikers. He's also our man of the match today as well. Gideon, well played today. You led from the front and things worked out well for you in the end.
Yeah, I want to say well done to the team, you know. I have some knocks still left in me, so I just got to go out there and play my natural game.
Well, looking at you back the last game, you seem to be striking the ball a bit better. It's important that you get some form going into the back end of this tournament.
Yeah, that's important, but at the end of the day, you know, just had to back myself. And you know, the previous game I wasn't scoring, so I said to myself I have to lead from the front, and that's what I did today.
Winning the toss and batting first, it was always important that you put up a good total on the board, 158. Were you totally satisfied with that total?
I think that was a good total. The wicket was pretty good for batting, so I think it was a decent score.
Okay, thank you very much, Gideon. You're also the man of the match for today's game. You'll collect your prize from Mr. Actually, we have Mr. Shivnarayan Chandapal, ladies and gentlemen. He's here today to just hand out this man of the match award to Mr. Gideon Pope. Made a blistering 80 today. Really propelled the innings there for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Thank you very much and all the best. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That ends the presentation ceremony for this afternoon. Don't forget we have other matches for you tomorrow. We have the 5th place playoff between the Grenadine Divers and the Darkview Explorers, as well as qualifier number 2, where the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they will do battle against the Lassofrey Hikers. So a lot more action coming up for you in VPL 5.0 Cricket All Way. That's it here from the presentation ceremony. We'll take you back up to the studio.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we broke. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.